Chapter 9:13. Yao Yan waved her hand, and the holy beast medallion, the merfolk race's protective treasure, appeared in her hand. She summoned a mountain-sized snake with 1,000 feathers and 1,000 wings. Chi Wuxiue exclaimed, an ancient mutated beast, 1,000-feathered snake. I really cannot tell. This demoness has quite a few treasures in her hands. The 1,000-feathered snake can probably help her share the pressure of Emperor Wu. After this battle, there would no longer be a Princess Yao Yan in the world. The title of Empress Yao Yan would definitely spread throughout the entire Kunlun realm. Long Fei and Chi Wuxiue showed unsightly expressions. After all, the major characters behind them also participated in the fight for the Palace of Neptune. With the Palace of Neptune as the foundation and the Thorn Sovereign Circlet as support, Shao Chun controlled the 4 treasures of Neptune. Seeing that Yao Yan grew stronger as the battle progressed, even suppressing Emperor Wu, how could Long Fei be in a good mood? Shao Chun no longer had any worries. He only treated this battle 500 kilometers away as a feast, carefully observing and comprehending it. Among the people surrounding Yao Yan, Shao Chun also saw that mysterious expert from the One Dao Palace. When he thought about how he had killed 2 people from the One Dao Palace, he decided that this was not a good place to linger. Let's go. If I delay any longer, I won't be able to leave even if I wanted to. Actually, we already know who will win the Palace of Neptune. After saying goodbye to Chi Wuxiue and Long Fei, Shao Chun stood on electric light and quickly left this place. Half a day later, Shao Chun crossed the chaotic demonic sea and arrived at the beach. As Shao Chun looked at the yellow soil demonic garden at the limits of his vision, he recalled his experiences in the past half-month and felt somewhat rueful. The Qing Emperor drawing the saber painting and standing high seeing distant painting had already finished merging in the universe ring. Shao Chun waved his hand, and a new painting appeared in his hand. Shao Chun slowly unfurled the painting. There was no Qing Emperor in it, only 2 secret manuals and an ancient bronze key. With a gentle shake, the 3 items fell out. The scroll spontaneously combusted. The flames burned and soon turned into ashes. Is this the thing hidden in the drawing of the saber? Shao Chun said with some anticipation as he carefully put away the 3 items. The Qing Emperor definitely had his reasons for hiding these 3 items in the drawing the saber painting. Boom! Just as Shao Chun was about to take a closer look, a huge wave rose from the sea behind him, and a giant serpent with 1,000 feathers and 1,000 wings leaped out, carrying Princess Yao Yan. No, it should be Empress Yao Yan now. I finally made it. Young Master Shao, you're still alive. This is great news. Seeing that Shao Chun was fine, Yao Yan smiled with a complicated expression. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. Shao Chun is indeed living very well. Shao Chun smiled faintly, still as cold and lonely as before. The giant serpent with 1,000 feathers and 1,000 wings gave off a horrifying, mutated beast's might. As the seawater churned, it occasionally flicked its long tongue, revealing its cold, venomous fangs. When Yao Yan stepped on the serpent, the ferocious mutated beast became obedient, not daring to move rashly. The sky-blue mark of the Neptune Palace on Shao Chun's forehead gave off a light as bright as the sun. At this moment, Yao Yan looked like the sun in the sky. Her voice was intimidating. Just one look from her could make others feel a bone-deep fear. Shao Chun had refined the Neptune Palace and subdued the 4 treasures of Neptune: the unparalleled attacking Neptune scepter, the unparalleled defensive divine rain robes, the chasing wave shoes that could travel 1,000 kilometers in an instant, and the Neptune crown, which represented the vast might of the emperor. The 3 treasures of the merfolk race, the water god pearl, the thorn sovereign circlet, and the holy beast medallion. With so many peak secret treasures, the other party's strength was already beyond what Shao Chun could fathom. The overall strength of a cultivator relied on 5 things: cultivation techniques, combat experience, and secret treasures. Yao Yen brought out the might of the secret treasures to their limits. Even Emperor Wu could only bring out the might of one emperor-grade secret treasure. Any more, and he would not have enough energy to support it. However, Yao Yen brought out the might of four emperor-grade secret treasures. In the end, it was all thanks to Shao Qin for helping her eliminate the evil demon of the Neptune Palace. Otherwise, she would not have had the Neptune Palace to provide her with an endless supply of energy. With just the Thorn Sovereign Circlet, Yao Yen would not be able to bring out the full might of the four Neptune secret treasures. Sorry, young Master Shao. In the end, you still misjudged me. On the 1,000-feathered snake, Yao Yen, who had a supreme might and changed temperament, said this after thinking for a while. However, Yao Yen is very gratified that young Master survived. My original intention was to use the 3 treasures of the merfolk race to exchange for the purple thunder true fire. I never thought of putting young Master Shao in danger. Shao Chen's expression remained calm. He smiled faintly and said, "Is your Highness blaming yourself? There is no need. You carry the hopes of the 9 Emperor Wu clansmen, and I carry the title of the Qing Emperor's descendant. There are some things that are beyond my control, beyond my heart. I did not misjudge you. At the very least, your Highness still remembers Shao Qin now. Beyond my control, beyond my heart." Yao Yen repeated this a few times. As she looked at Shao Qin, she felt somewhat rueful. It turned out that even the carefree young master Shao had times when he could not control himself beyond his heart. Whoosh! Yao Yan's eyes cleared up. She flicked the Holy Beast Medallion and said, "This is the race's supreme treasure, the Holy Beast Medallion. It can even seal a holy beast as strong as Emperor Wu clansmen and control it freely. Now, my 1,000-feathered snake no longer needs this medallion, so I'll leave it to young Master. In the future, when young Master is conferred king in Bushin Palace, Yao Yen will definitely present a great gift to thank young Master for his great kindness." After saying that, she stood on the ancient mutated beast with 1,000 feathers and 1,000 wings and sank to the bottom of the sea, drifting off somewhere. Shao Qin received the Holy Beast Medallion and looked at the vast sea. Then he smiled faintly and turned around. "I hope this girl can resolve the knot in her heart. Otherwise, the 9 martial emperors' painstaking efforts would have been wasted." The merfolk race was content in a corner, trapped in the chaotic demonic sea for 10,000 years, always excluded from the heavenly starry sea. If this continued, the merfolk race would continue to decline. If they did not save themselves, they would seek their own destruction, enslaved by others. Beyond my control, beyond my heart. From the start until now, Shao Chun had always followed his heart and made decisions. He had never been beyond his control. With a flip of his hand, the 2 secret manuals from the Qing Emperor painting and that medallion floated before Shao Chun again. Shao Chun stretched out his hand and grasped the medallion. The azure-colored medallion had a dragon carved on the front and a totem on the back. The medallion's material was unknown, but it was extremely heavy, no less than 500 kilograms. The blue dragon on the front was very visible, looking like a living creature about to leap out of the medallion. When Shao Chen looked carefully, the majestic and boundless Kunlun mountain range appeared in his mind. Then a blue dragon leaped out of the mountains. Its aura swallowed up the surroundings and seas. With one roar, the mountains and rivers turned to ashes, and the clouds disappeared. This was the true blue dragon. Another person appeared in the mountains, standing in the distance and holding a saber. As this person stood in the air, he looked down at the blue dragon with overwhelming pride. This person roared at the blue dragon. His voice was like thunder, forcefully suppressing the blue dragon's roar. A sharp light soared into the clouds. The blue dragon was not convinced. One dragon and one person fought in the Kunlun mountain range. With a thought, Shao Qin carefully visualized the scene. This was his Shao clan's old ancestor subduing the dragon. Dragon subduing slash, dragon subduing slash. The two words subduing the dragon were the true mysteries of the dragon subduing the dragon. Everything else was insignificant. However, the blue dragon was a holy beast of the world, possessing the bloodline of the true dragon. It was easier said than done for an ordinary person to subdue a dragon. Shao Chun sat down cross-legged and followed the old ancestor's movements in his mind. He materialized the 13 moves of the dragon's subduing slash, trying to figure out the old ancestor's mysteries of subduing the dragon. This lasted for half a month. When Shaochen opened his eyes again, his understanding of the dragon's subduing slash suddenly became clear. The entire dragon subduing slash was condensed into the words, subduing the dragon. Revealing joy on his face, Shaochen stood up and carefully put away the blue dragon medallion. Then he looked at the blue dragon totem on the back. Needless to say, the old ancestor definitely succeeded in subduing the dragon. Otherwise, there would not be such a totem to benefit the later generations. Shao Chun pushed off the ground and soared into the air. 18 blue dragons appeared around him, all submitting to him, raising his aura even higher than the sky. The 18 blue dragons roared in unison, shattering the mountains and rivers and scattering the clouds. My heart is flawless, and no one can stop me from subduing the dragon. Chop! Shao Chun shouted and felt the law energy in his body pour out like a waterfall. Many blue dragons surged out from his fingertips, forming saber lights that shot out endlessly. The saber lights immediately tore through the sea like it was tofu. When the azure light scattered, Shao Chun stretched out his hand and the seawater flowed back. A huge 1 kilometer wide pit appeared on the flat surface of the sea. It looked like someone had dug out a large piece of it. After a while, the seawater in the surroundings surged over. The waves were 100 meters tall, forming an overwhelming tsunami that rushed towards the beach. There was a loud rumble as if thousands of soldiers and horses were moving, shaking the heavens and earth. Shao Chun smiled faintly and withdrew his hand in satisfaction. The power of subduing the dragon, overturning the seas and rivers. I can do that as well. Although I cannot compare to the current Empress Yao Yan or those martial emperors, I relied on my own strength to do so. I truly did it. Sooner or later, I will truly be able to overturn the seas and rivers. I will be able to easily overturn the entire chaotic, demonic sea. Shao Chun solemnly put away the blue dragon medallion. This medallion probably had other uses. It was not just to help the younger generation comprehend the mysteries of the dragon subduing slash. Shao Chun looked at the other 2 secret manuals and flipped open the first one. The words Blue Dragon Body Nourishing Art were written on the cover. This was a deity body tempering art of a higher rank than the firmament body tempering art. Shao Chun could not help but rejoice. As for his strength, he had been stuck at 2,500 tons of force for a long time. This blue dragon body nourishing art would solve his urgent problem. After putting away the secret manual, Shao Chun opened the other secret manual and started reading it. He anticipated the pleasant surprise this secret manual would bring him. The pages of this secret manual were completely black, giving off a heavy, oppressive, and uncomfortable feeling. Shao Chun only took one look at it, and he was already deeply captivated. As the pages flipped, Shao Chun's expression slowly turned grave. After flipping through a few pages, he felt his mind waver, as if he was about to sink into it. He quickly calmed himself and closed the book with a puh sound. This was actually a demonic cultivation technique. If he was not careful, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. It was called the Good and Evil Beneficence Art. Beneficence was the crux of cultivating this cultivation technique. One could obtain beneficence by doing good or evil. The greater the benevolence, the greater the beneficence, and the stronger one's cultivation. The more evil one did, the more beneficence one would obtain. Good and evil could be separated by a thought. The theory behind this cultivation technique was unheard of or seen before. Beneficence could actually increase one's strength. More importantly, one could obtain beneficence by doing good or evil. Just thinking about it made Xiao Chun tremble in fear. This cultivation technique could not be left behind. If the loose cultivators of the primal chaos domain obtained it, how horrifying would that be? Did the Qing Emperor cultivate this cultivation technique? Chapter 9:14. Xiao Qin instantly felt confused. If he did not cultivate it, why would this secret manual be hidden in the Qing Emperor's drawing the saber painting? Xiao Qin thought about the Qing Emperor's life. He became a martial emperor at the age of 100 and was unrivaled for an entire era. Even the older generation experts were not a match for him. He passed down some of the deeds of the Qing Emperor. If the other sovereign noble clans and ancient races were not convinced, he would uproot them. Precisely because of this, the Qing Emperor earned the title of absolute overlord. Rather than saying he was tyrannical, it would be more accurate to describe him as ferocious. Killing people was evil. Exterminating an entire clan was the greatest evil in the world. After piecing everything together, Xiao Qin felt somewhat disappointed. It looked like the Qing Emperor really did cultivate this good and evil beneficence art. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a few sharp winds appeared on the surface of the sea. The winds were like knives, splitting the seawater in half. Then, a few men and women appeared on the beach. Someone is here. Xiao Qin turned his head to look. These people did not look like they were from the Kunlun realm's 5 domains. They were dressed like cultivators from overseas. Their auras were deep, and most of them were superior-grade martial sages. They exuded an air of arrogance. Xiao Qin! One of the men exclaimed in shock when he recognized Xiao Qin. Ha! Unexpectedly, you are still here after killing the top true inheritor of the Xianshui sect. This person was no more than 30 years old and carried a spear on his back. He looked at Xiao Qin and smiled. For the sake of your head, the Xianshui sect master offered a peak king grade secret treasure and a peak spirit vein. Unexpectedly, you are just a medial grade martial sage. A girl at the side smiled and said, Senior brother, you received an invitation from Di Wuk to discuss the Heroes Convention. If you kill this brat, not only will you obtain the reward from the Xianshui sect master, but you will also have more confidence when speaking to Di Wuk. Xiao Qin felt mildly astonished. Di Wuk's Heroes Convention actually spread to the heavenly starry ocean. Xiao Qin did not know which sect these 5 people were from, but their tone was strangely arrogant. It was as though Xiao Qin was already dead. Xiao Qin took a careful look. The cultivation of the man leading the group was decent. This person seemed to cultivate some kind of divine cultivation art. His acupoints all closed, absorbing the astral energy of the universe. Indistinct starlight spurted out from his body, adding a hint of charm. The 4 people next to him also practiced star power, but the starlight they emitted was far inferior to his. Their sect should be a sect that specialized in studying the heavenly cycle stars. Xiao Qin was not unfamiliar with astral energy. Long Phase 9 heavenly astral art was one such cultivation technique. However, Long Fei also cultivated the white bone art. In terms of profoundness, it was not comparable to these people. Which sect are you from in the heavenly starry ocean? Xiao Tian was the heaven of sect, of the Qin of the sect. Yun, ye of the Qin of Tian, of Tao of Qin of sect of Chun of the demon. Don't make a move. Let me test him out. Let's see how capable a fellow who dares to be so unbridled before Emperor Wu is. Yi Qing smiled proudly. Then he swung the spear on his back, and a banner fluttered in the wind. Don't make a move. Let me test him out. Let's see how capable this fellow, who dares to be so unbridled before Emperor Wu is. Yi Qing smiled proudly. Then he swung the spear on his back, and a banner fluttered in the wind. My Big Dipper banner still lacks 3 stars to refine. I can use your death to exchange for resources, to refine it. Die. Yi Qing waved the banner, and starlight filled the sky. 4 stars, Dubhi Merak, Mystery, and Celestial, floated out of the banner. They hung high in the air and formed a dokuei. Then 3 stars formed the handle, and it was a complete constellation. Bathed in the starlight, Yi Qing's acupoints opened up, shining with the starlight. He appeared to be in high spirits. As he walked, he looked like a celestial lord. Kill! Yi Qing shook the banner above the starlight, and the starlight gathered together. The red banner unfurled, covering the sky and covering the sun, trying to wrap around Shaoqin. This simple move was filled with might. It swooped down amidst the starlight. Senior brother, Yi actually already condensed 4 stars of the Big Dipper, forming half a constellation. When did this happen? Haha. Senior brother just condensed it half a month ago. Among the younger generation of our astral palace, aside from first senior brother, who completed the astral banner, only senior brother Yi can condense half a constellation. The gentle girl's eyes flickered with starlight as she spoke proudly. Senior brother Yi has the support of the Yi clan. He is indeed rich and overbearing. Us junior generation disciples have to work for several years just to condense 1 star. Half a constellation can already form a small cycle. It is completely different from an astral banner with 1 or 2 stars. In just 10 moves, senior brother Yi will definitely be able to take down this Shaoqin. Of course, I heard that this Shaoqin once humiliated Diwok. If senior brother takes his head, he will definitely gain a lot of benefits from Diwok. The group of Big Dipper Palace disciples watching the battle exclaimed excitedly as they looked at the incomparably insignificant Shaoqin under the starlight. When the banner unfurled, it indeed looked very mighty. When Shaoqin looked up, all he saw were red banners. He did not know what these banners were made of. Shaoqin entered deep thought. Then he activated the vague form of his saber soul. Using his finger as a saber, he gently sliced the banner flying at him. Creak! Even with 50% of Shaoqin's strength, he only managed to leave a mark on the banner. It did not break. Shaoqin could not help but feel surprised. However, this startled Yi Qing. This Big Dipper banner was the life secret treasure of the Big Dipper Palace disciples. It was connected to their minds. When Shaoqin sliced it, it was like a knife sliced through his mind. It was incredibly painful. Yi Qing quickly retreated. When he lifted the banner, he felt even more heartache. The banner, which was made of more than 100 materials, actually nearly broke from a casual slash. When Yi Qing looked up at Shaoqin, he could not help but feel astonished. What kind of monster is this fellow? Yi Qing did not dare to unfurl the banner again. He shook his right hand, and the banner curled up. Using the astral banner as a spear, he charged at Shaoqin. This was the first time Shaoqin met a cultivator who cultivated astral energy. He dealt with it unhurriedly, wanting to see how capable he was. After fighting for a while, Shaoqin felt slightly disappointed. Even with 50% of Shaoqin's strength, he could deal with it easily. He did not feel any pressure at all. He had a feeling that this Big Dipper Palace was not a big sect in the heavenly starry ocean. In reality, Shaoqin guessed right. The Big Dipper Palace was just a branch of the Zodiac Hall. In the Zodiac Hall, there were also the Purple Star Palace, the 9 Bright Star Palace, the 7 Fiend Star Palace, the Sun Palace, the Moon Palace, and the other 24 palaces. The Big Dipper Palace was the lowest-ranked palace. Only when all 7 stars were gathered would it be somewhat powerful. However, half a star was insufficient before Shaoqin. Just as Shaoqin was about to give up, Yi Qing saw that he could not take down the Big Dipper Palace. He roared ferociously and pointed with his banner. The Merak star fell toward Xiao Qin. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up, and a bright moon rose behind him. Flawless bright moon. He stretched out his hand, and the bright moon clashed with this Merak star. Bang! The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the Merak star shattered into countless specks of starlight, falling into the Big Dipper banner. Yi Qing vomited a mouthful of blood, and the Big Dipper banner danced wildly. The remaining Merak star, Heavenly Fate star, and Migra's star continuously fell. Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness surged, and his magic energy burned. The bright moon looked like fire, resplendent in the sky, shattering 3 stars. The starlight scattered, and only the bright moon remained. The mysterious phenomenon materialized by the other party's Big Dipper banner crumbled completely. Electric light flashed under Xiao Chen's feet. He flew forward and snatched the other party's Big Dipper banner. Then he casually punched and knocked the other party back, vomiting blood. Who? The banner unfurled, and Xiao Chen's strong spiritual sense instantly destroyed the other party's spiritual mark. This Big Dipper banner immediately changed owners. My Big Dipper banner, Yi Qing said with a pained expression. For the sake of condensing this Big Dipper banner, he had exhausted a lot of his clan's resources. Now that he lost it so easily, he had lost a lot of face. Not bad. I can barely use it, Xiao Qin commented. Then he raised his head and looked at the others. The few of you have Big Dipper banners as well, right? Take them out, and I won't kill you. Yi Qing's defeat and loss of the banner happened in just a few breaths. Those people still could not react to it. What's wrong? You don't understand me? Xiao Chen's expression turned cold as he circulated his flawless saber Dao. The bright moon in the sky turned into a saber light as bright as snow, disappearing in a flash as if it had never appeared. The others could not understand what was going on. They could not sense anything strange at all. Only Yi Qing, who was at the side, trembled in fright. He pointed with a trembling finger. Only then did the others discover that a thin saber wound had appeared on their necks at some point in time, so thin that it was barely visible. Their hearts immediately sank. They felt their palms and the backs of their hands break out in a cold sweat. The others showed bitter expressions as they wiped away their spiritual marks. Then they handed their Big Dipper banners to Xiao Qin. Most of them only had 1 or 2 stars on them. They could not compare to Yi Qing's. Xiao Qin smiled as he carefully put away the Big Dipper banners. Then he consoled them. As you wander the world, there will always be some setbacks. The Kunlun continent is very dangerous. Don't come here in the future. Don't participate in any heroes convention either. It is not for you children. Don't get cocky. Our first senior brother is already a guest of the deity race. He has gathered all 7 stars and formed a complete constellation. Killing you is like killing a dog, the gentle-looking female disciple said ruthlessly. When Yi Qing heard this, she was startled. She pulled the girl over and said, Big brother Xiao Qin, don't mind her. My junior sister is just a little unruly and willful. She does not mean what she says. This is the method to refine the Big Dipper banner. Big brother Xiao, you do not have the method to refine the Big Dipper banner. Xiao Chen did not stand on ceremony and accepted the secret manual that the other party handed over. Then he glanced at the girl and turned to leave. Only when Xiao Chen was completely gone did Yi Qing release her bated breath. Then she pulled a long face and said to the girl, Junior sister Lu, don't speak nonsense in the future. It is fine if you get yourself killed, but you will implicate us. That girl was clearly unconvinced. She said, Senior brother, you must have been beaten silly. Someone snatched away your Big Dipper banner, and you even obediently handed over the method to refine the Big Dipper banner. We should quickly report this to First Senior Brother and get him to help us snatch back the Big Dipper banner. Yi Qing smiled coldly and said, I'm not as stupid as you. Why don't you take a look at your own strength first? To think that you dare to speak so ruthlessly. This person did not even use half his strength against me, not to mention first senior brother. Even the seniors of our Big Dipper Palace might not be a match for him. The only ones who can stop him are probably those freakish disciples of the Sun Palace, the Moon Palace, and the Purple Star Palace. Chapter 9:15. The girl with the family name Lu still felt dissatisfied in her heart. She said, "We are Zodiac Hall disciples. He will not dare to do anything to us. Senior brother, you are clearly a coward, finding excuses for yourself. Fool! He does not even give face to Emperor Wu. How could he fear our Big Dipper Palace? Ignorant. If you want to look for first senior brother, go by yourself." Yi Qing could not be bothered to say more. He turned and left, leaving behind the stunned girl and the other disciples. The others did not leave immediately. Their astral banners had been snatched away. They did not know how much time it would take to refine the astral banners again. They still hoped that first senior brother could help them snatch back their astral banners. Xiao Chen was rather interested in the Big Dipper banner. The magic treasure that he obtained, the Greenwood banner, was actually a kind of astral banner. It refined the energy of the Greenwood star and brought out the strong energy of the Greenwood star to trap the enemy. After finding a quiet place, Xiao Chen carefully looked through the Big Dipper Palace's method of refining the Big Dipper banner. The method was not complicated. However, the resources it required flabbergasted Xiao Chen. Condensing one of the stars in the Big Dipper banner required 365 astral cores to be refined into an astral pearl, supplemented by 50 kilograms of black patterned gold. Even if he used inferior grade astral cores, Xiao Chen estimated that he would need more than 300,000 black astral coins. That would be 30 million astral coins. Adding in 50 kilograms of black patterned gold, that would be about 600,000 black astral coins. Furthermore, this did not include the resources needed for the banner and the flagpole. Adding them all together, it was an astronomical figure. If Xiao Chen wanted to condense astral pearls of better quality, he would have to double the price. He would also have to add in another divine material. Normally, the more supplementary materials there were, the better the quality of the banner would be. The few astral banners that Xiao Chen collected, including Yi Qing's, were all astral pearls refined from inferior grade astral cores. The top-notch Big Dipper banner had a flagpole made of 5,000 kilograms of dark fire mystic copper and black patterned gold. The astral pearls were all made of peak-grade astral cores, supplemented by 99 divine materials, each weighing 500 kilograms. The 7 stars formed a constellation that emitted a golden radiance. The radiance of the stars could compete for brilliance with the sun and moon. With a wave of the flag, the 7 stars shattered the moon, mountains and rivers turned to ashes, rivers and seas overturned, and they swept through everything before them. 7 astral pearls could shatter the moon, turning mountains and rivers into ashes, overturning the sea, sweeping everything in its path. Based on the secret manual that Yi Qing handed over, Xiao Chen understood that the Big Dipper Palace was just a branch of the cyclic astral palace, like a branch of a sect. Furthermore, it ranked last. Aside, there were 3 purple star palaces, each of which star, astral banner star. King there, and he astral star palaces, stars, star flags of star of Chun needed. The resources, as the Qi Yang star. The amount of resources needed to refine a solar astral banner was equivalent to that of 100 ordinary Big Dipper banners. Due to the sheer number of resources required, the Sun and Moon palaces only had 1 disciple per bloodline, accepting only 1 disciple each. However, these were not the most horrifying. The most horrifying thing was that the Zodiac Hall also had a Zodiac Hall diagram. It contained the constellations of the 24 astral palaces. Each astral pearl was refined from a peak-grade spirit stone and supplemented with 99 divine materials. How many stars were there in the 24 constellations? How many resources were needed? Just thinking about it gave Xiao Chen a headache. When the diagram unfurled, starlight filled the sky. It could reverse day and night, distort time and space. It could even refine Emperor Wu alive. It was a peak emperor-grade secret treasure. Xiao Chen was flabbergasted. Fortunately, he ran into the people of the Big Dipper Palace. If he ran into the disciples of the other astral palaces, it would not have been so easy. Originally, Xiao Chen did not care much about the first senior brother of the Big Dipper Palace. However, when he heard that female astral palace disciples say that the other party had already completed the Big Dipper Palace banner, he really had to pay attention to this person. Then this person really had to pay attention. A complete Star Dipper and half a Star Dipper were like heaven and earth. What gave Xiao Chen a headache was the Heroes Convention. He had not expected Diwuk to move so quickly. The prestige of the Heroes Convention had already spread to the heavenly starry ocean. Roping in the first senior brother of the Big Dipper Palace was probably just the beginning. If the entire Zodiac Hall sided with him, he would be able to open up the situation in the heavenly starry ocean. Tossing aside these thoughts, Xiao Chen looked at Yi Qing's Big Dipper banner. He still lacked 3 stars. Immediately, an idea popped into his head. Xiao Chen did not lack black pattern gold. Back when he was on Dragonwood Star, Huang Pufeng had not given him anything else. However, he had given him quite a bit of black pattern gold and some inferior grade astral cores. After Xiao Chen melted the astral banners of the others and used the resources he had on hand, he should be able to replenish Yi Qing's Big Dipper banner. Xiao Chen had thought that no matter what, he had once been rather rich. However, when he looked at the secret treasures of the Big Dipper Palace, he realized that he was just a pauper. I am too poor. I can't even refine a medial grade Big Dipper banner. After muttering to himself for a while, Xiao Chen spat out the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and killed the half-dead evil demon clone. Then he took out the Golden Crow egg and tossed in all the astral banners. The lunar true flame in Xiao Chen's left, I entered the cauldron with a boom and started to melt these secret treasures. Melting the secret treasures was not difficult. All he needed to do was control the flame well and simmer it slowly. After half a day, Xiao Chen melted all 4 astral banners. He sorted out the astral cores, the black pattern gold, and the other resources. Xiao Chen looked through the refining secret manual that Yi Qing handed over again. Now he felt more confident. After the sky turned dark, he started to add in inferior grade astral cores to refine astral beads. There was almost no chance of failure when refining inferior grade astral beads. The first astral bead that Xiao Chen refined was the Alioth star, the 5th star of the Big Dipper. Xiao Chen raised his head and looked for the Big Dipper. Then he visualized the Alioth star for 1 hour before starting. The refinement of the first astral bead took a long time. Xiao Chen busied himself from dusk until dawn before he finally finished. The palm-sized astral bead floated in his palm. Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief and took out the Big Dipper banner with his right hand. Then he inserted this astral bead into it, and a resplendent astral bead appeared on the fluttering banner. Compared to the other 4 astral beads, this astral bead was much dimmer. This was because there was too little astral energy in it, and it lacked accumulation. With the experience of refining the Alioth star, the refinement of the Mizar star, and the Alcade star went much smoother. All he had to do was pile up the materials and heat them over a flame. There were no inferior grade astral beads, so there was no need for high refining techniques. Only Xiao Chen could refine them so easily. Most of the Big Dipper Palace disciples did not have the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron or the Lunar True Flame. Hence, they had to pay black astral coins to the refining pavilion's elders to refine astral beads. When Xiao Chen infused the remaining 2 astral beads into the Big Dipper banner, Xiao Chen immediately felt the Big Dipper banner undergo an earth-shattering change. The 7 stars officially became a complete constellation. The astral energy in the sky formed a great cycle, flowing with light and vibrant colors. Shao Qin unfurled the Big Dipper banner, and it fluttered in the wind. The 7 resplendent astral beads continuously absorbed the astral energy of the Big Dipper. The Big Dipper in the night sky sent down 7 pillars of starlight. Shao Qin tested the might of the Big Dipper banner. Then he casually waved his hand, and the astral banner whistled loudly. Abundant astral energy poured out. Everywhere the astral energy passed, the starlight became resplendent and crackled like endless thunder, deafening the ears. Ka! Shao Qin swept up the astral banner and stabbed it into the ground. A surging astral energy spread out, and a crack immediately appeared in the ground. In the blink of an eye, it extended for a kilometer, looking like the ground had been sliced in half. Shao Qian gaped in disbelief. After the constellation was formed, the might of the Big Dipper banner was actually so horrifying. Furthermore, Shao Qian had not cultivated the Big Dipper art yet. If he used the Big Dipper art to drive the complete Big Dipper banner, its might would be even greater. Shao Qian was overjoyed. He excitedly twirled the astral banner in the air. The 7 stars appeared together and materialized the constellation. Holding the Big Dipper banner, Shao Qian walked among it. It was like he was strolling in the Milky Way sky. With a gentle wave, he used the power of the constellation, and the entire space trembled intensely. Good, good, good. With this Big Dipper banner, the 5-element medallion, and the greenwood banner, I do not need to fear anyone during the king conferral ceremony. Shao Qian put away the Big Dipper banner in satisfaction and started on his way. The king conferral ceremony was about to begin. Shao Qian would obtain the title of Blue Dragon King. From then on, he would officially carry the title of Qing Emperor's descendant and shoulder the heavy responsibility of re-establishing the Dragon's Gate. After crossing the yellow soil demonic garden, Shao Qian traveled quickly. Soon, he arrived at a small city at the edge of the primal chaos domain. After traveling for half a month, Shao Qian was already tired. He found the largest inn in the city and took a good bath. Then he ordered a table full of delicacies to reward himself. Something big happened recently. The Bushin Palace delayed the white-robed king, Shao Qian's king, conferral ceremony. Shao Qian had just sat down and finished a cup of wine when he heard news about himself in the inn. Furthermore, it was such explosive news. Damn it! Is that true? Didn't they say that the king conferral ceremony would be held soon? It's absolutely true. The 3 holy lords of the Bushin Palace personally passed down the edict. How could it be fake? The news has already spread throughout the Tianwu domain. They won't cancel it, right? This is really too much. It won't be cancelled. However, the title will be problematic. I heard that the 3 holy lords do not intend to give him the title of Blue Dragon King. This title is too sensitive. Isn't it the white-robed king? White-robed king, my ass. That was spread by that bastard, Qi Wuxiwe. Everyone who is slightly older knows about it. The Qing Emperor's title is Blue Dragon King. Shao Qian is a descendant of the Qing Emperor. He definitely has to inherit this title. When Shao Qian heard this, he frowned slightly. The title of Blue Dragon King was very important to him. If not for this title, he would not mind giving up this king title. In the future, when Shao Qian advanced to Sovereign Martial Emperor, he could be conferred king himself. The title of Blue Dragon King would definitely belong to him. Shao Qian rushed back in a rush and did not have time to do many things before he heard this news. He drank a mouthful of wine to drown his sorrows, feeling somewhat conflicted. "Ha! Our white-robed king, why are you drinking alone? The few of us old fellows will accompany you to this final cup of wine." Shao Qian looked up and saw a white-clad old man sitting across from him. This old man had a scholarly air and a murderous intent on his face. 2 other old men sat on the left and right as well, all of them harboring malicious intentions. The Heaven and Earth Sect Inner Sect Elder who left a strand of the heavenly fate in Shao Chen's body had finally found him. Shao Chen put down his wine cup and smiled coldly. Where did this bunch of nobodies come from? Are you even fit to drink with me? Chapter 9:16. Shao Chen was not surprised that these three people from the Heaven and Earth sect found him. Back then, the Haoqian Emperor wanted to help Shao Chen erase the strand of fate. However, Shao Chen was unwilling and had been waiting for this day. The white-clad old man's expression turned cold. What a nobody. 2 years ago, I crushed you and forced you to flee in panic. To think that you dare to say such things. Be sensible and hand over the peak-grade immortal spirit ring and the lunar kasha tree to us. Otherwise, you will find it hard to escape. This small city is already filled with boundless danger, the old man on the right said in a cold voice. Shao Chen thought about it and understood what was going on. These three people must have leaked his movements. Now he had enemies everywhere. There were many people who wanted to kill him, many of them experts. Could they all be in this small city? With a thought, his spiritual sense spread out in all directions like the tide. The scene in the city entered his mind. However, he did not see any powerful enemies. It looked like these three people did not want others to divide the treasures on them. Those people should be on their way. However, did they not know Shao Chen's current strength? It looked like they had something to rely on. Otherwise, they would not have dared to charge over with just three people. The old man on the left smiled coldly. Young Master Shao is really calm. Even now, your expression does not change. Do you really think that the three of us came without any preparations? When I drink, I hate it when people talk in my ear. You all deserve to die. Shao Chen's expression turned cold. He grasped the Big Dipper banner in his hand and thrust it at the white-clad old man in front in the time it took for a spark to fly. The tip of the banner flickered with starlight. This strike was like a meteor falling from the sky, extremely fast. Bang! A loud explosion rang out, and the sage-grade inner armor the white-clad old man wore shattered. He vomited a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying, crashing through the inn. Shao Chen did not even unfurl the banner. He used it as a spear and swept it out. This startled the two old men on the left and right. They quickly moved and retreated. A berserk aura spread out, shocking the cultivators in the inn. A battle on the level of superior-grade martial sages was about to begin. They all fled very quickly. Shao Chen picked up the unfinished wine cup on the table and drained it. Then he left behind a black astral coin and gave chase with a faint smile. He had been waiting for these three old fools for a long time. Did they really think that he was still the same as he was 2 years ago? No matter what he had prepared, these three people would definitely die this time. Shao Chen, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. We won't kill you today, but we'll cripple you and break one of your arms. We'll let you taste the feeling of falling from the peak to the bottom. The white-robed old man changed into a new set of clothes and floated in the air as he shouted. A blood-red sword floated above his head. Strands of blood-red sword light flowed around it, and it was filled with killing intent. The two old men outside surrounded Shao Chen. An identical blood sword floated above their heads as well. The three blood swords formed a triangle with Shao Chen in the center. The sword lights attracted each other, and the thousands of swords buzzed. Thousands of sword images encased the surrounding 1 kilometer, spreading killing intent. What a dense killing chi! These three blood swords probably had great origins. They should be king-grade secret treasures. King-grade secret treasures were very mighty. Before one reached Grandmaster-level martial sage, it would be very difficult to bring out their full might. The three of them could bring out 80% of the king-grade secret treasures' might by controlling it. No wonder they were so confident of killing Shao Chen. Hee hee. Shao Qin. These three blood swords are called Killing Immortal, Beheading Immortal, and Murdering Immortal. They are replicas of the three ancient immortal swords. Our church master personally refined them. Now that you are trapped in them without a grandmaster level martial sage cultivation, there is no way for you to escape. The skinny old man held the Killing Immortal sword above his head, appearing very confident and incredibly arrogant. The elegant white-clad old man held the Killing Immortal sword above his head. He smiled and said, "Shao Qin, this old man considers that it is not easy for you to cultivate and that youths are prideful. If you kowtow to us and admit your mistake, then hand over the peak-grade immortal spirit ring and the lunar cassia tree. We can let bygones be bygones." This was a small city at the edge of the primal chaos domain. Normally, major characters rarely came here. Today, 3 superior-grade martial sages with king-grade secret treasures appeared, attracting the attention of many cultivators in the city. Now, after hearing the white-clad old man's words, it turned out that the youth the three faced was famous throughout the world. The shocking appearance of the Qing Emperor's descendant, Shao Qin, immediately set the small city abuzz. Crowds of people crowded around the battlefield, watching. This is Shao Qin. Indeed, he is extraordinary. Even when 3 older generation superior-grade martial sages from the Heaven and Earth sect came with the king-grade secret treasures, the 3 immortal swords, his expression did not change. Unexpectedly, he has a peak-grade immortal spirit ring. I heard that even Emperor Wu is envious of this thing. Emperor Wu already grasped his heavenly laws. He can refine the space in the peak-grade immortal spirit ring into a small world. How could he not be envious? Furthermore, only a peak-grade immortal spirit ring can nurture a sage-grade spirit tree or higher. The value of the lunar cassia tree is not low either. The Medicine God Valley has been buying this sage-grade spirit tree at a sky-high price. Unexpectedly, Shao Qin has one. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. Just these 2 things alone will make me unable to resist making a move. Many discussions broke out as they looked at Shao Qin, who was surrounded by scarlet sword lights. They anticipated how Shao Qin would resolve this situation. The names Killing Immortal, Beheading Immortal, and Murdering Immortal were rather scary. As Shao Qin sized up the 3 scarlet swords, he made some calculations in his heart. Soon he came up with an idea. These 3 immortal swords were just replicas. Furthermore, they were the inferior ones among the replicas. The divine materials used were extremely rare. The truly troublesome part was the massacre chi in the swords. Clearly, the sect master of the Heaven and Earth sect was a very skilled refiner. Using these mediocre materials, he managed to materialize the true essence of the 3 immortal swords. Shao Qin estimated that he had to kill at least 1,000 ferocious beasts to collect the massacre chi in the swords. However, while others feared this massacre chi, Shao Qin did not. A light flickered on his forehead, and the massacre chi in the scarlet throne in his sea of consciousness flowed endlessly into the Big Dipper banner. Everyone, you are thinking of settling the past in one go. However, this Shao does not think so. The 20 medial grade astral cores that I lost cannot be lost for nothing. Today, I will test out these 3 immortal swords. Who? Shao Qin flicked his wrist, and the scarlet banner wrapped around the spear unfurled. The first thing that appeared was not starlight, but a boundless massacre chi. The red light spread out as if it was solid. This chi of massacre formed a baleful wind. As it blew in all directions, it instantly suppressed the chi of massacre in the 3 immortal swords. In an instant, Shao Qin turned the tables. 7 stars flickering, moon shattering. After gaining the initiative, Shao Qin laughed loudly and started waving the banner. The 7 stars of the Big Dipper, Dubhi Merak, Migrez, Alioth, Mizar, and Alcade, lit up on the scarlet banner, releasing resplendent starlight. As the banner fluttered, starlight shone in all directions. The 7 stars shot out one by one, forming a constellation that filled the sky with starlight. This encased the 3 immortal swords in the starry sky. The 3 old men from the heaven and earth sect had not expected the situation to take a turn for the worse. They quickly executed the killing Immortal, beheading Immortal and murdering Immortal. Many scarlet sword images shot out, wanting to kill Shao Chen on the spot. Dang! 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 Boundless starlight descended and blocked all the scarlet sword images, unable to do anything to them. Shao Chen smiled coldly. As he held the Big Dipper banner, starlight fell from the sky. It was like he was walking in the starry sky of the universe, looking boundlessly elegant. 7 stars falling, mountains and rivers turned to ashes. Shao Chen pointed, and the 7 stars fell towards the 3 old men. In this starry sky, the 7 astral pearls were like real stars. When they fell, space trembled, forming ripples that radiated out. The entire small city was affected by the shock wave. Houses collapsed one after another. The 3 old men were greatly startled. They no longer cared about using the scarlet sword images to kill Shao Chen. They worked together and formed a continuous screen of scarlet sword images, trying to block the 7 falling stars. However, how could they block it? When the 7 stars appeared, they formed a complete constellation. Starlight flowed between them, forming a compact whole. Even Shao Chen did not dare to receive it head-on. Kassier! Kassier! The scarlet sword images shattered, and the 3 old men from the heaven and earth sect vomited a mouthful of blood. The 3 immortal swords hovering above their heads seemed to lose control. Let's go. This is the Big Dipper banner of the Big Dipper Palace. I don't know where this demonic genius obtained it, but it is actually a complete Big Dipper banner. We are not a match for him. The white-clad old man grasped the immortal killing sword and hacked apart the sticky killing chi. Then he endured the attacks of the scattered starlight, trying to flee. Shao Chen laughed loudly and withdrew the banner. The 7 stars returned to the banner, and the Big Dipper banner filled with boundless astral energy again. Don't the few of you want my peak-grade immortal spirit ring and my arm? Why the rush to leave? Come back here. The wind howled, and the Big Dipper banner fluttered loudly. Then it unfurled, covering the sky and the sun. Shao Chen waved his hand, and starlight surged out, pulling back the 3 fleeing people. Whoosh! Whoosh! Shao Chen twisted his wrist, and the banner returned to the pole. The Big Dipper banner continued to absorb the astral energy, making the pole shine with starlight like a powerful divine spear. Shao Chen stretched out his hand, and the spear gathered all the scattered killing chi. Ka-cie-cie. The spear pierced through the hearts of the 3 old men like dumplings and hung them in the Big Dipper banner. The 3 inner sect elders of the heaven and earth sect were impaled on the flagpole. Rage filled their eyes as they died with grievances. Such a scene was very shocking. All the cultivators in the city were horrified. 3 older generation martial sages had come with king-grade secret treasures, but they still died such miserable deaths. The Big Dipper banner trembled gently and starlight exploded. The 3 corpses were blasted into nothingness. Shao Chen waved his hand and took the spatial rings of the 3 old men. He also took the immortal killing sword, the immortal killing sword, and the immortal murdering sword. The might of the 3 immortal swords was extraordinary. Unfortunately, the quality of the materials used to forge them was not high. Furthermore, Shao Chen's massacre throne countered their killing chi. Before Shao Chen's Big Dipper banner, there were mere decorations. If it were any other king-grade secret treasure, Shao Chen would not have had such an easy time. At the very least, he would have had to put in a lot of effort. When Shao Chen looked down, he saw that the entire city was in ruins. The cultivators in the air all had complicated expressions as they looked at him. Some were in awe, some were in greed, and most of them were in fear. Chapter 9:17. He could not remain here for long. The three people from the Heaven and Earth sect must have leaked news of him. Now that the Bushan Palace suddenly delayed his king conferral ceremony, it sent a bad signal. Although Shao Chen was a human cultivator, the Bushan Palace would not do their best to protect him. The enemies of the Qing Emperor would probably get restless. Not to mention in the dark, Shao Chen knew that the three sovereign noble clans of the human race would definitely make a move. There was also Mr. Qin, whom Shao Chen had slapped in the merfolk race's dream castle. At that time, Shao Chen had not been confident of keeping Mr. Qin here, so he could only let him leave. Now that Mr. Qin knew of Shao Chen's whereabouts, he would definitely use the connections he had in the Medicine God Valley to hunt him down. Furthermore, there was the reward from the Xianshui sect master, a king-grade secret treasure personally refined by Emperor Wu. The experts of the heavenly starry ocean might rush over. When Shao Chen thought about it carefully, he realized that he had many enemies. He put away the 3 immortal swords and the Big Dipper banner. Before Shao Chen could check the treasures in the 3 people's spatial rings, he stood on a lightning dragon and quickly flew into the distance. Just as Shao Chen exited the city gates, 3 people blocked his way. These 3 young men all had outstanding looks and noble auras. They exuded pride. Shao Chen recognized one of them. He was Yan Shisan's younger brother, Yan Shirsi. Back then, when Shao Chen was ranked first on the Proud Son of Heaven ranking, he had fought with this person. If Shao Chen guessed correctly, the other 2 should be the scions of the Zhang clan and the Lin clan. My luck is really good. It looks like the Medicine God Valley's Mr. Qin did not lie. Brother Shao Chen, you are indeed here, Yan Shirsi said with a relaxed expression, a smile on his face. The Medicine God Valley's Mr. Qin? Shao Chen felt somewhat suspicious. How did Mr. Qin know his whereabouts? The 2 people at the side sized up Shao Chen, feeling mildly astonished. They had not expected Shao Chen to only be a medial grade martial sage. However, Shao Chen's cultivation was rather stable. His heavenly sage laws were much purer than ordinary people's. However, if that was all, it would be too difficult for him to gain such a horrifying reputation. Yan Shirsi had exchanged moves with Shao Chen before and knew his limits. He warned, Brother Lin, Brother Jiang, don't be fooled by this person's cultivation. The cultivation technique this person cultivates is very special, making it very difficult for him to raise his cultivation. However, if you underestimate him because of this, you will die a horrible death. These 3 were all outstanding talents of the martial clan. Furthermore, they had the sovereign noble clan, had sovereign martial, Chen's IMS. They were noble, B, and sovereign Qin nobles, and respectively. Dragon from the Dragon was the sovereign. The and Earth clan from Star clan from the clan of Qin smiled. Bai and Qin clans Chen sect. And sects. Chen's the Earth Emperor clans Ming, sect Tian, sect to Qin. The Jiang clan scion beside Yan Shirsi smiled coldly and said, nothing much. We just want to borrow your head. There will not be a second Qing emperor in this world. The blue-robed scion of the Lin clan said, Shao Chen, the Bushan Palace delayed your king conferral ceremony. Clearly, they do not support you. The 3 holy masters probably wish for you to die at our hands, so that the title of Blue Dragon King will not appear again. You will not be able to escape today. No matter how great your reputation is, it will all vanish. Yan Shirsi maintained his calm smile. From the day you announced that you were the descendant of the Qing Emperor, you were destined to die. Dying at our hands is better than dying at the hands of those loose cultivators. The few of you are really righteous. Unfortunately, there are many people who want to take this Zhao's head. Until now, no one has succeeded. Today, I will have to disappoint you. Shao Chen's gaze turned cold. Without saying anything more, his figure flashed, and a bright saber light shot out from his body. It shot out from Xiao Chen's body like the moonlight, shining with an unparalleled sharpness as it charged straight at Yan Shirsi. Yan Shirsi did not show any fear. 9 suns appeared above his head and formed a circle. A surging heat wave spread out, turning the air scorching. The heavenly sage laws in Yan Shirsi's body circulated. His strong and deep cultivation made his aura seem even higher than Xiao Chen's. When he saw the saber light approaching, he did not hesitate to throw a punch. The 9 suns above Yan Shirsi's head surged, and the heat wave of this punch surged, its might vast. Bang! A thunderous sound exploded in the air. The two each took 100 steps back, revealing expressions of shock on their faces. Xiao Chen was shocked at the other party's incredibly deep cultivation. Even when he circulated his flawless saber Dao, he was only able to fight on equal footing. If Xiao Chen were an ordinary superior grade martial sage, he would have the absolute upper hand after this palm strike. However, Yan Shirsi was even more shocked than Xiao Chen. He was already a middle stage superior grade martial sage, 1 cultivation grade higher than Xiao Chen's. However, he had not managed to defeat his opponent. On the other hand, there was a knife-like purple energy in Yan Shirsi's arm, cutting his bones and flesh. The intense pain was unbearable. 2 figures flashed. It was the Lin clan scion and the Jiang clan scion, not giving Xiao Chen a chance to catch his breath. They immediately charged over and executed their best martial techniques, stirring up the winds and clouds and causing the sky to change color. Xiao Chen suppressed the blazing quintessence in his body. A bright moon rose behind him, and snowflakes drifted around him. Then he quickly started exchanging moves with these two. Waves surged around the Lin clan scion. A river flowed under his feet. The Jiang clan scion was surrounded by flickering shadows. Thousands of afterimages appeared, materializing a strange, mysterious phenomenon. Soon, Yan Shirsi swung his arm. Holding his sword and radiating the light of the 9 suns, he joined the battle. The peach blossoms bloomed, the summer rose, the autumn wind blew, and the winter snow drifted. Xiao Chen materialized the flawless 4 seasons saber technique, dealing with the 3. However, of the 4 seasons, only the winter saber was complete. The other 3 seasons were slightly weaker. Fighting 1 against 3, Xiao Chen was in a very passive position, surrounded by danger. This time, Xiao Chen had truly met with strong opponents. His opponents were also outstanding talents of the present age. Furthermore, they had powerful clans with astonishing accumulations as their backing. They used even more spirit, herbs, and resources than he did. Fighting 1 against 3 without using immortal arts or magic skills, the pressure was rather high. Xiao Chen, is that all you have? We have not even used our king-grade secret treasures. When the Lin clan scion saw that Xiao Chen still had strength to spare despite fighting 1 against 3, he started mocking him, trying to force Xiao Chen to take out his final trump card. Yan Shirsi chopped apart the snowflakes, filling the air with saber lights. He smiled and said, "Brother Xiao Chen, if you have any trump cards, just take them out. Otherwise, you will not have any more chances to use them." Haha, he probably cannot take them out. The Qing Emperor did not leave behind any treasures for this fellow. This time, the 3 were truly intent on killing Xiao Chen. Even though they held the upper hand, they did not let down their guard. They even used words to anger Xiao Chen, forcing him to reveal his trump card before killing him. Xiao Chen smiled coldly to himself. However, his expression did not change. "You had best not force me to use my trump card. Otherwise, none of you will be able to escape. Your tone is really startlingly bold. This young master will see what trump cards you have today." Suddenly, a 3-legged cauldron appeared above the Lin clan scion. All sorts of ancient mutated beasts were carved on the cauldron. Berserk roars came from the cauldron. This is a replica of my Lin clan's 10,000 beast cauldron. Today, I will show you the true accumulations of a sovereign noble clan. The Lin clan scion roared ferociously and formed hand seals. The 10,000 beast cauldron trembled, and the roars coming from the cauldron became even more berserk and restless. The atmosphere suddenly turned heavy as if something horrifying was about to descend. Boom! The image of a huge snake with 1,000 feathers and 1,000 wings leaped out of the cauldron. It was the ancient mutated beast, the 1,000-feathered snake. The image of a profound sun, bird, covered in flames, cried out and flew out. Then, a pitch-black, evil flood dragon leaped out. This was just the beginning. As the Lin clan scion formed hand seals, images of ancient mutated beasts of terrifying origins leaped out of the cauldron. A total of 100 appeared before stopping. The 100 beasts circled above the Lin clan scion's head, covering the sky and the sun. A horrifying aura spread out. All the spirit beasts within 500 kilometers felt this aura. That was the aura of ancient mutated beasts, all of them kings of beasts. The fear from their bloodlines caused these spirit beasts to flee frantically, triggering many beast tides. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. The original 10,000 beast cauldron should be an emperor-grade secret treasure. The resources of this replica were all divine materials. It was a true peak king-grade secret treasure. The 3 immortal swords earlier could not compare to this at all. The accumulations of a sovereign noble clan were indeed immeasurable. This person only brought out 20% of his strength, and he could already cause such a commotion. This was truly horrifying. Brother Yen, Brother Jiang, move aside. Watch as my 100 beasts come out and tear this fellow into pieces. Trump card? I don't believe that you can take out any trump card. The Lin clan scion shouted, and the images of the 100 beasts flying above his head immediately charged at Xiaoqin. The 1,000-feathered snake's wings were like sabers. The profound sunbird's claws burned with true flame, and the black flood dragon spat out pitch-black dragon flame. As the 100 beasts attacked, their might was unparalleled. The Lin clan scion wanted to use these 100 beasts to tear Xiao Chen into pieces. When the 100 beasts attacked together, their might covered the sky. The images of ancient mutated beasts filled the area. Any one of them, the 1,000-feathered snake, the deep-sea black flood dragon, the heavenly phoenix, or the howling moon heavenly wolf, had frightening origins. When the Jiang clan scion and Yen Shirsi saw this, they waited quietly to see how Xiao Chun would deal with it. The 10,000 beast cauldron in the Lin clan scion's hand was not an ordinary king-grade secret treasure. Although he brought out only 10% of its strength, it was sufficient to force back a grandmaster-level martial sage. Before this, a superior-grade martial sage would be instantly killed. This was the Lin clan scion's life-saving means. At a crucial moment, it could save his life. Now that he used it to deal with Xiao Qin, even if the Lin clan scion had a trump card that he would not use, he would still suffer significant damage to his essence. When Xiao Qin saw the 100 beasts attacking, he prepared to execute the mysteries of the dragon subduing slash. However, he suddenly thought of something, and a medallion appeared in his palm. This was the Holy Beast Medallion, the Merfolk race's treasure. Yao Yen had said that this medallion could suppress ancient mutated beasts. It could even store the real 1,000-feathered snake into the medallion, allowing him to control it freely. Against these mutated beast images, the medallion should have some effect. The magic energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness surged, and he immediately activated the Holy Beast Medallion. The simple and thick Holy Beast Medallion shot out a beam of golden light and covered the black flood dragon. Xiao Chen felt his magic energy pour out like flowing water. A strong suction came from the Holy Beast Medallion in his right hand, pulling the black flood dragon into it. Chapter 918. It's effective. Shao Chun rejoiced in his heart. He burned his vast magic energy and pulled the ferocious black flood dragon, spewing out dragon flames into the medallion. Whoosh! 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 Holding up the holy beast medallion, Shao Qin quickly burned his magic energy. Beams of light shot out and sucked all these mutated beast images into the medallion. Not satisfied yet, Shao Qin steeled his heart and drained a third of the surging magic energy in his sea of consciousness. His body gave off a crystalline light, making him look like an otherworldly immortal. After draining a third of his magic energy, the holy beast medallion gave off a bright light and shot out a large beam of light, encasing the remaining mutated beast images. Then, with a gentle tug, he sucked them all into the medallion. My ancient 100 beasts! The heir of the Lin family was completely stunned. Every phantom of a strange beast was refined by the elders of the Lin family for a long time before they could be produced. His 10,000 beast cauldron only had 1,000 mutated beast images. Now that he lost 100, his heart bled. Shao Qin held the holy beast medallion and smiled. Brother Jiang, many thanks for your holy beast images. What other abilities do you have? Just bring them out. You are seeking death. I'll fight it out with you. I don't believe that you have much law energy left to activate this secret treasure. The Lin clan scion swallowed a medicinal pill, and the law energy in his body instantly filled up. His strength returned to its peak. He roared ferociously, and another 100 beasts flew out of the cauldron. The accumulations of a sovereign noble clan were truly startling. They could even take out a peak sage grade medicinal pill that could instantly replenish law energy. Shao Chen did not fear this. The other party would not have a second such precious sage grade medicinal pill. Shao Chen drained another third of his magic energy. A light swept out, and the new 100 beasts were sucked back into the medallion. Pussy-eye! When the Lin clan scion saw this scene, he was so frustrated that he vomited a mouthful of blood. 200 mutated beast images were gone. In the future, when he advanced to Grandmaster level Martial Sage, this 10,000 beast cauldron would lose 20% of its might. Brother Lin, let me help you. 100 transformation tortoise spirit shield. The Jiang clan scion stretched out his hand, and 9,999 tortoise shells filled with the scars of time appeared. They flew out from his palms and formed a sharp tower shield. Between the gaps, black light shone brightly. The shield's momentum was astonishing. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on them. The entire space was squeezed by it, forming wrinkles in the space. Even space itself was moving. There was nowhere to hide and nowhere to defend. The space in front of Shao Chen rippled. With a bang, he was knocked back a kilometer, vomiting blood. After succeeding in one move, the Jiang clan scion laughed loudly. Shao Chen, this merfolk race's holy beast medallion should be your trump card, right? However, it can suppress the 10,000 beast cauldron, but not my tortoise spirit shield. This is an immortal's magic treasure that my Jiang clan's ancestor obtained from an immortal sect remnant. He added 80 precious divine materials and refined it into a king-grade secret treasure. Let's see how you are going to be so arrogant now. After successfully launching a sneak attack and injuring Shao Chen in one move, the Jiang clan scion felt extremely cocky. He raised the tortoise spirit shield with both hands and descended from the sky, pressing down on Shao Chen. Space continuously squeezed. Everywhere it passed, the trees and buildings on the ground became like reflections in water, turning hazy and blurry. Then, with a loud bang, they turned into powder. Die! The Jiang clan scion pushed with his hand, and the tortoise spirit shield encased space as it descended on Shao Chen. Space rippled like water. Shao Chen felt his body sway, and his bones crackled. Before the shield landed, this tortoise spirit shield nearly took his life. The Lin clan scion, who had the 10,000 beast cauldron hovering above his head, smiled sinisterly. Brother Jiang, good move. Crush this brat to death and wipe out the Qing Emperor's bloodline. Then our sovereign noble clans will no longer have to live in fear. Without hesitation, Shao Qin executed the strongest move of the flawless saber Dao, the martial technique that merged the 13 moves of the dragon's subduing slash into one. Flawless, 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 flawless. 18 azure dragons, perfect and flawless, appearing down to the finest detail. Holy might pervaded the air as they roared in unison, shaking the 9 heavens. The holy might stirred up and formed a formless barrier of light that pushed back the surrounding ripples. Space exploded. The clash between the two nearly tore space apart. Flawless blue dragon, subduing dragon profound slash. With the 18 blue dragons as a foil, Shao Qin looked like an ancient overlord. He shouted, and the blue dragons turned into purple saber lights that struck the tortoise spirit shield. Bang, bang, bang. Intense tremors resounded. Cracks appeared in the sturdy tortoise spirit shield before the saber lights that could flip rivers and seas. Finally, it shattered and turned into 9,999 tortoise shells, flying in all directions. Unexpectedly, Shao Chen used his own strength to break this king-grade secret treasure. The Jiang clan scion vomited a mouthful of blood, somewhat in disbelief. He gathered the scattered tortoise shells and used them as a shield. Damn it! If not for the fact that I can only bring out 20% of this tortoise spirit shield strength, I would have crushed you into a meat patty. The reassembled tortoise spirit shield dimmed. It could no longer be used to attack for a while. It could only barely protect itself. Shao Qin, you truly live up to being a descendant of the Qing Emperor. Back then, you fought for the top spot of the proud son of heaven ranking and established such a great reputation. It looks like this is not a coincidence. However, as I said before, you will definitely die today. When Shao Chen executed the subduing dragon profound slash and became rather weak, Yan Shirsi, who had been waiting patiently, took advantage of the opportunity to take out his king-grade secret treasure. Yan Shirsi's king-grade secret treasure was a large umbrella covered in inattributed flames. It was called the Profound Yin Umbrella. The handle and leaves of the umbrella were made of at least 10 divine materials equal to black patterned gold and dark mountain, profound copper. The flame in the umbrella was the profound Yin True Flame, a fusion of 18 types of inattributed flames. It was much stronger than the netherworld True Flame that Shao Qin once obtained. The flaming umbrella opened up and suddenly enlarged, directly encasing Shao Qin, who had just executed his martial technique. Yan Shirsi moved his hands, and the umbrella shrank, locking down the surrounding space. The profound Yin True Flame in the umbrella also grew denser. Brother Yan, your timing is really good. After this brat is sucked into the profound Yin umbrella, no matter how unparalleled his movement technique is, he will not be able to escape. He will be burned to ashes. Yan Shirsi smiled coldly and said, "Burned to ashes? How can there be such a good thing? His physical body is as hard as a secret treasure. Furthermore, he has the bloodline of the Qing Emperor. I want to use this profound Yin True Flame to refine him into a blue dragon bone sword, completing my supreme throne." Excellent. This is a good method. With this powerful bone sword, Brother Yan will definitely be able to surpass your elder brother and become the future clan head of the Yan clan. At that time, you will be able to use all the resources of the sovereign noble clans, as you please. Hee. We are here on orders from the clan to kill Shao Qin. If we succeed, we will not even need to make a move for the older generation experts of the clan. This will save us a lot of trouble. The clan head will definitely look at us in a new light. Sovereign noble clans had many descendants. Although these people were heirs, the competition among the younger generation was intense, and their positions were not truly stable. Now that Xiao Chen was about to be killed, this would be a great contribution. Their prestige in the clan would definitely soar, and their positions would be much more stable. Everyone smiled happily. Oh no, why does my profound true flame seem to be decreasing bit by bit? Yan Shirsi, who was chatting contentedly with the two, focused his attention on the profound umbrella. Then he suddenly discovered that the profound true flame in the umbrella was decreasing bit by bit. At first, it was just a trickle. Eventually, it became like a flood, pouring out for 500 kilometers. All the profound true flame poured into Xiao Chen's left eye and was swallowed up by his lunar true flame. How unfortunate. I am still lacking a little. Otherwise, my lunar true flame would be able to reach the same level as the purple thunder true fire and condense an even higher Taiji yin-yang diagram. Inside the umbrella, Xiao Chen's lips twitched. Even after swallowing the profound true flame, he was still not satisfied. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, an astral banner appeared in his hand. He gathered his killing chi on the pole. Then he raised the Big Dipper banner and pointed it at the sky. Brilliant 7 stars, shattering mountains and rivers. A strand of starlight containing a boundless killing intent shot out from the tip of the banner. Boom! A hole immediately appeared in the umbrella that lost the profound true flame. The sealed space collapsed. After Xiao Chen broke free, he held the Big Dipper banner in his hand. The banner fluttered, and the 7 stars formed a constellation, radiating bright starlight. The starlight contained boundless energy. The instant the banner unfurled, it knocked the 3 back. My 3 brothers have been tirelessly waiting to see this Xiao's trump card. If this Xiao does not show it now, it would be unjustifiable. I hope you will not be disappointed. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and stabbed the Big Dipper banner into the ground. 7 astral pearls leaped out and filled the sky with starlight, encasing the surrounding 5 kilometers. What? Unexpectedly, he still has a trump card. After breaking the king-grade secret treasures of 3 people, Xiao Chen actually still has a trump card. How strong is that trump card? Yan Shirsi and the other 2 were startled. Without saying anything, they used their king-grade secret treasures to block the starlight and quickly left this place. Starry Heaven Storm. Xiao Chen materialized the chessboard of fate and shifted the position of the stars. He quickly executed this minor magic skill, and a black storm swept out. In the blink of an eye, it caught up to the 3 people who had used their secret treasures to move 5 kilometers away. Bang! The 3 vomited a mouthful of blood, and their internal organs ruptured. If they did not have king-grade secret treasures to protect themselves, they would have turned to ashes on the spot. The 10,000 beast cauldron, tortoise spirit shield, and profound umbrella were all knocked back. The 3 turned around, wanting to retrieve their king-grade secret treasures. The bright moon hung high in the sky. Xiao Chen smiled coldly and said, "How naive. After seeing my trump card, you still think you can escape unscathed? Leave all 3 king-grade secret treasures behind." Flawless bright moon. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and a bright saber chi descended, forcing back the 3 people who wanted to snatch back their king-grade secret treasures. After that, the 7 stars fell and bombarded the 3 of them repeatedly, forcing them into a sorry state. They had no time to pay attention to the 3 secret treasures. Xiao Chen leaped up and put the 3 king-grade secret treasures into his spatial ring. As the 7 stars fell, the earth trembled and the sky shook. Loud rumbles resounded for 100 miles. The martial artists in the small city behind them could all hear the terrifying explosion. The entire city was shaking. Shock waves surged into the sky, and dust swept out in all directions. The cultivators in the city felt confused. Who was stirring up the winds and clouds, causing the sky to change color? The cultivators rushed out and looked into the distance. They only saw an ethereal, white figure amid the starlight. Chapter 919. After the Qing Emperor, the white-robed Shao Qin would soon be conferred the title of Blue Dragon King. As Yan Shirsi and the other two fled, they occasionally coughed out scarlet qi and blood. The three showed sullen expressions. King-grade secret treasures. 3 peak king-grade secret treasures that would become their life secret treasures after they advanced to Martial Emperor had all changed hands. However, this was not the only disappointment in their hearts. Shao Chen's final magic skill materialized the chessboard of fate, drawing out the entire universe and creating a starry river storm. Just thinking about that horrifying scene made them tremble in fear. Unless a Grandmaster-level martial sage appeared, no one would be able to subdue Shao Qin. That is not a martial technique. I did not feel any fluctuations of heavenly sage laws at all. It is definitely not a martial technique. It is an immortal art. An immortal cultivator once came to my clan as a guest. The immortal art that person executed was very similar to the one Shao Qin executed. What Shao Qin executed might not be an ordinary immortal art. It might have already reached the level of a magic skill. Martial and immortal dual cultivation. Martial and immortal dual cultivation. Unexpectedly, this is his greatest trump card. How hateful! We lost the king grade secret treasures. We will definitely lose our position as scions. The three showed dispirited expressions. When they thought of the consequences, they wished that they could skin Shao Qin alive. Yan Shirsi said coldly, "We absolutely cannot leak the news of losing the secret treasures. Let's send a message to our trusted seniors and get them to rush to the primal chaos domain to help us snatch back the secret treasures." This is too horrifying. Trump card after trump card. Aside from Di Wuck, there are also the bloodline geniuses of the ancient races. Only the older generation cultivators can suppress him. It is settled, then. Let's find a place to recuperate first. Shao Chen did not chase after the 3 fleeing people. He waved the banner, and the 7 astral pearls returned to the banner before returning to his body. I'm afraid I have to expose my trump card, Immortal Dual Cultivation. I wonder what kind of trouble this will cause. Putting on the Heavenly Sea Cloak, Shao Qin quickly left this place. Originally, Shao Qin did not intend to expose his trump card, the Immortal Art. However, these 3 possessed peak king grade secret treasures. Although Shao Qin had failed in the treasure fight without using immortal arts, it would be impossible for him to severely injure the 3 within a short time. He would also not have a chance to obtain these 3 king grade secret treasures. In any case, he would be exposed sooner or later. It was worth it to obtain 3 peak king grade secret treasures. The reason why Shao Qin did not chase after the 3 was that Yan Shirsi's words made him suspect that Mr. Qin was the one who leaked his movements. Shao Qin searched the spatial ring of the Heaven and Earth Sex Elder Bai. There were many black astral coins, divine materials, and spirit pills. However, he did not see the heavenly secret divination disc. Shao Qin activated the cloak of deception skill and moved as fast as lightning. In his mind, he deduced the ins and outs of the matter from the clues. First, the heavenly secret divination plate should have been handed to Mr. Qin by the Heaven and Earth Sex Elder Bai. However, Mr. Qin did not make a move even after a long time. He only leaked his whereabouts. This guy was old and shrewd, and he had fought with him before. Mr. Qin did not make a move. Firstly, he wanted to find someone to test Shao Qin's strength. Secondly, he wanted to contact more experts to kill Shao Qin. When Shao Qin thought about his enemies, he realized that the trouble was just beginning. However, there was an invisible hand behind all this. If not for the 3 holy masters suddenly delaying Shao Qin's king conferral by half a year, sending out a clear signal, these people would not have dared to act so brazenly. Even if these people wanted to make a move, they would not have dared to be as brazen as they were now. The White Emperor City, the Vermilion Bird Palace, and the profound Martial Gate, the three holy lords, what a good plan. You do not want me, Shao Qin, to be conferred king. However, I want to live well. Half a year later, I will definitely appear at the king conferral ceremony. Shao Qin showed a determined expression as he made a vow in his heart. These people will be my test before I am conferred king. If I cannot even pass this test, then the title of Blue Dragon King is not worthy of me. Shao Qin flew all the way to the west. When it was close to dusk, he casually landed on a mountain summit. Shao Qin took off his cloak and continuously drove this secret treasure. No matter how strong his law energy was, it would not be able to sustain it. Shao Qin stretched out his saber, and a purple electric energy chopped off the mountain summit, revealing a smooth and tidy platform. Shao Qin used his finger as a saber. Before the mountain summit fell off, he renovated it into a simple and crude stone house. Then he moved it to the platform. Then he made some stone benches and tables and made a simple courtyard on the platform. Night had already fallen and the stars bloomed. This was the time when the starlight was the brightest. Shao Qin waved his hand, and the Big Dipper banner soared into the air, fluttering in the wind. The 7 stars, Dubhi, Merak, Megrez, Alioth, Mizar, and Alkaid, formed a brilliant constellation in the middle of the banner. The 7 stars attracted each other, and their light flowed as they greedily absorbed the starlight. When the 7 beams of starlight descended, they formed a beautiful pillar of starlight that stretched the distance between heaven and earth. The scattered starlight drifted in the surroundings. This rather ordinary mountain summit among the rolling mountains immediately became boundlessly charming. It flickered with spiritual light, and everyone within 50 kilometers noticed it. Shao Qin was not afraid of being high profile. As long as the heavenly mystery chi on him remained, his movements could not be kept a secret. The only thing he could do now was to make use of this opportunity to increase his strength and blast the enemies who came to attack him into pieces. Sitting down cross-legged, Shao Qin circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. Lightning flickered, and the 7th layer of the purple thunder divine incantation frantically absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. At the same time, it turned into heavenly sage laws and mental energy in his sea of consciousness. Not enough, far from enough. The speed at which the purple thunder divine incantation absorbed spiritual energy far surpassed that of other cultivation techniques. Shao Qin's body urgently needed spiritual energy to replenish his cultivation. However, the quality of the surrounding spiritual energy was too poor. Using the purple thunder divine incantation's 7th layer to absorb this spiritual energy was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. There was always a lingering sense of hunger. After 1 hour, Shao Qin replenished his exhausted magic energy and heavenly victory laws, so he stopped circulating the purple thunder divine incantation. Cultivating in this place was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. Shao Qin did not want to waste this time. If only I had a peak spirit vein, no, a Holy Spirit vein here. My cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Only such a spirit vein is worthy of the purple thunder divine incantation. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. Shao Qin did not overthink it. With a thought, the 10,000 beast cauldron, tortoise spirit shield, profound Een umbrella, and the 3 immortal swords all appeared before him. Shao Qin thought for a while before summoning out the holy beast medallion. He sent in his spiritual sense and took a look at the situation inside. He saw that the mutated beast image inside was more solid than before. It even had a vague spirituality to it. The deep-sea black flood dragon could even yawn as it swam. Could it be that this holy beast medallion has the ability to nurture mutated beasts? In just half a day, these mutated beast images are clearly stronger. Shao Qin rejoiced in his heart. If that was really the case, then this 10,000 beast cauldron and the holy beast medallion were a perfect pair. Xiao Chen reached out and scooped up the 10,000 beast cauldron. Xiao Chen had already erased the Lin clan scion's spiritual mark in the cauldron and replaced it with his own. Xiao Chen grasped the cauldron's legs and connected his consciousness with it. Then he tried to drive it. The law energy in his body immediately drained at a visible rate. Mutated beast images leaped out. When 100 of them leaped out, the mutated beast images covered the entire summit. Xiao Chen discovered that almost all the law energy in his body had been drained. He could not help but be flabbergasted. This peak king grade secret treasures consumption is really frightening when it is driven. Actually, aside from this, it was mostly because Xiao Chen did not cultivate the 10,000 beast art. When he drove it, he drained even more law energy than the Lin clan scion. If he grasped the 10,000 beast art, given the density of his heavenly sage laws, he would only need 1/3 of the law energy to drive 100 mutated beast images. The holy beast medallion flickered with light and sucked in the 100 mutated beast images. Then, Xiao Chen sat down to recover his law energy. Then, he continued to drive the 10,000 beast cauldron. After repeating this 8 times, Xiao Chen placed all 1,000 mutated beast images into the holy beast medallion to nourish them. A light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes, clearly excited. Just half a day, and the results were already so obvious. If he nourished them for 10 days to half a month, how strong would they become? That would definitely shock the Lin clan cultivators. As for the remaining 3 king grade secret treasures, after some thought, Xiao Chen decided to keep only the 100 tortoise spirit shield and melt the other 2. Needless to say, the 3 immortal swords did not contain any divine materials. They were just ordinary king grade secret treasures, relying entirely on the might of the 3 immortal swords. It would not be a pity to melt them. The profound Yin umbrella was made entirely of divine materials. Furthermore, there were 81 of them. However, without the profound Yin flame and with a large hole in it, Xiao Chen could not be bothered to repair it, so he melted them all down. Xiao Chen raised his head and looked at the sky. The Big Dipper banner above him was boundlessly resplendent, shining with starlight. Xiao Chen had a plan in his heart. He wanted to use the resources from the 2 king grade secret treasures, the resources from the Heaven and Earth sect's 3 elders, and his 3 thrones to reconstruct the Big Dipper banner. This Big Dipper banner underwent a complete transformation, turning it into something he could rely on to move unhindered in the future. After making up his mind, Xiao Chen carefully put away the profound Yin umbrella and tossed it into the Dragon Phoenix cauldron. Then he started to use the lunar true flame to smelt it. The sovereign noble clans did not lack resources. The profound Yin umbrella that Xiao Chen forged for Yen Shursi was made of 81 divine materials, each no less than 500 kilograms. The profound Yin umbrella looked very light. If one was not its master, it would be impossible for an ordinary person to pick it up. The formations of peak king grade secret treasures were extremely stable. Xiao Chen did not have the lunar true flame. He had just swallowed a large amount of profound Yin true flame, so it would be difficult for him to melt it. Good. The first divine material is separated. Let me see what it is. The profound Yin umbrella had already been melted into a pitch-black lump. A metallic lump flickering with an azure light separated from it. Xiao Chen said joyfully, "Dark mountain, profound copper." Based on this weight, it should be 250 kilograms. After the second smelting, Xiao Chen was satisfied with half of the 500 kilograms of dark mountain, profound copper remaining. Soon, the 81 lumps of different divine materials separated from the Dragon Phoenix cauldron and floated in the lunar true flame. Each divine material was no less than 250 kilograms. With so many divine materials, one could exchange them for 2 or 3 ordinary king grade secret treasures at an auction. The accumulations of the sovereign noble clans were truly flabbergasting. Chapter 920. After the pleasant surprise of the profound umbrella, the materials refined from the 3 immortal swords seemed somewhat shabby in comparison. However, it was better than nothing. Shao Qin stretched out his hand and grabbed the Big Dipper banner in the sky. Starlight shone on Shao Qin's face, making him look like a star venerate in the night sky. Shao Qin weighed the flagpole. There were no divine materials in it, only 1,000-year-old mysterious iron and a few other rare metals. The scarlet banner with the 7 astral pearls on it fluttered in the wind. Although it used many materials, it did not contain any divine materials. The clan behind Yi Qing was probably not a major faction. The resources they gave Shao Qin were only enough to refine the astral pearls. They did not care much about the flagpole or the banner. However, the might of the Big Dipper banner lay in the 7 astral pearls. Only an extremely wealthy person would spend the effort to refine the flagpole and banner. Shao Qin had other plans. He needed divine materials infused into the flagpole and banner as well. There were 81 divine materials, each weighing 250 kilograms. Shao Qin planned to use half of them on the flagpole and banner. The remaining half would be used on the astral pearls. That way, the quality of the entire Big Dipper banner would increase several-fold. Shao Qin had long since memorized the refinement method. He showed a cautious expression, not daring to get distracted. He was extremely focused on the summit. The instant the sun rose, the brand new Big Dipper banner was finally refined. The black flagpole gave off a dense glow. It no longer looked as light as before. With just one look, one could tell that it looked solid. Shao Qin held it in his hand and waved it around. A dull, heavy sound immediately rang out at the summit. The humming sound spread for 50 kilometers around, shaking the trees and startling the birds and beasts. Flap, flap, flap. The dense forest at the foot of the mountain was filled with the sound of birds and beasts flapping their wings, looking very majestic. A satisfied expression appeared on Shao Qin's face. Just a casual wave of the flagpole could cause such a commotion. The 81 divine materials had not been added for nothing. With a turn of his right hand, a red aura spread out, bright and glistening. The color of the flag was much deeper than before, fluttering in the wind at the top of the mountain. 7 stars were imprinted in the middle of the flag. The bright starlight overshadowed the rising sun. The accumulations of a sovereign noble clan are indeed astonishing. Just one profound umbrella allowed my Big Dipper banner to increase by more than 2 grades. Shao Qin's heart was filled with joy, and a thought occurred to him. If I have a few more Peak King grade secret treasures, my Big Dipper banner might be able to reach the peak of quality, comparable to the Big Dipper banner that the cyclic Astrolord has. However, this was just a thought. With this lesson, the people of the 3 sovereign noble clans would not be able to defeat them. Without reaching the strength of a Grandmaster-level martial sage, these noble clan disciples would definitely not come alone. If they came, they would definitely invite older generation experts. How unfortunate. I lost such an opportunity for nothing. However, if I succeed in the next step, my Big Dipper banner will definitely blaze a new path, surpassing the seniors of the cyclic Astral Palace and reaching another peak. Shao Qin's expression turned grave. The magic energy in his sea of consciousness burned, turning into a mental energy flame and starting to melt the massacre throne. According to the jade strip that Long Fei gave Shao Qin, if he wanted to refine the throne into a weapon, he needed to circulate a secret technique and temper it with a mental energy flame. Long Fei had trained for a month before he managed to refine the destruction throne into a trident. Shao Qin's mental energy turned into an even stronger magic energy, more than 10 times stronger than Long Fei's, comparable to the blue-robed emperors. The refinement went smoothly. In less than half a day, he had already melted the throne. However, he did not refine it into a weapon. Xiao Chen shouted coldly and sent the melted massacre throne into the Big Dipper banner's Dubhe star, merging it with the Big Dipper banner's first astral pearl. After repeating this process 3 times, Xiao Chen merged the Death Throne and the Destruction Trident into the Merak and Fekta astral pearls. After letting out a long breath, Xiao Chen stared at the banner. The surface of the Dubhe, Merak, and Fekta astral pearls changed colors. Massacre, death, and ruin chi intertwined. However, they did not merge perfectly and still needed to be adjusted. Xiao Chen sent out the Big Dipper banner, and it soared into the clouds. As the banner fluttered, it absorbed the drifting starlight in the sky. The starlight shrank and turned into an astral cocoon surrounding the banner. When sufficient astral energy was gathered, the 3 thrones and the Dubhe stars would merge perfectly. Then they would break out of the cocoon and undergo a complete transformation. Xiao Chen thought for a while. Then he rummaged around in the universe ring for a while and took out all the astral cores of the 3 heaven and earth sect inner sect elders, refining them into 7 inferior grade astral pearls. Then he set up a small constellation around the astral cocoon, increasing the speed at which it absorbed astral energy. Now that he was done, there was nothing left for Xiao Chen to do. All he had to do was wait for the Big Dipper banner to break out of the cocoon. Xiao Chen revealed an expression of anticipation. Since ancient times, no one had done this before. Furthermore, no one had the conditions to do so. He wondered what the brand new Big Dipper banner would look like. Would it be able to accompany Xiao Chen in dancing through the winds and clouds, carving out a bloody path to kingship amid the many strong enemies? It was clearly noon, and the sun was high up in the sky. However, the summit of Xiao Chen's mountain was filled with starlight. Stars appeared, decorating this ordinary summit like an astral palace. Xiao Chen remained calm as he sat on the stone bench. Then he took out the blue dragon body nourishing art and started reading it. Xiao Chen's physical body had reached peak rank 3 sage body. However, his vital chi remained stuck at half a dragon force, 2,500 tons of force, unable to improve. The blue dragon body nourishing art was undoubtedly a timely help to him. After roughly reading a few pages, Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. Sha! Sha! As he flipped through the pages, Xiao Chen frowned. His lips twitched involuntarily. When Xiao Chen finished reading, he smiled bitterly and tossed the blue dragon body nourishing art onto the stone table. It was not that this blue dragon body nourishing art was not strong. After successfully cultivating the first layer, one could burst out with 5,000 tons of force with 1 dragon force. Rather, the method of cultivating the blue dragon body nourishing art was simply incredible, flabbergasting. Nourishing the body. The word nourishing was very appropriate. Cultivating this blue dragon body nourishing art required consuming large amounts of divine materials to nourish the body and nurture dragon energy. The number of divine materials required was extremely vast. Just the first layer required close to 5,000 tons of divine materials. The divine materials required to condense the dragon armor body for the second layer were even more astronomical. Aside from the Dragon's Gate, which swept through the place back then, no one else could provide so many resources for such a cultivation technique. Xiao Chen felt that no one in the current sect could provide so many divine materials. After putting away the blue dragon body nourishing art, he temporarily gave up on cultivating this cultivation technique. Then, Xiao Chen took out a heavenly soul pearl and started to absorb its energy to strengthen his magic energy. The words of the 2 from the One Dao Palace were indeed true. The heavenly soul pearl of this evil demon was a great supplement to cultivators. In the past 10 days, Xiao Chen had consumed 20 heavenly soul pearls. The sea of magic energy in his sea of consciousness had doubled in size, occupying most of his sea of consciousness. Now, when Xiao Chen used the 10,000 beast cauldron, he could easily control 100 mutated beast images. On this particular day, just as Xiao Chen prepared to consume the jade-white evil demon's heavenly soul pearl, a large group of figures flew out of the forest at the foot of the mountain. Killing Qi soared into the sky and gathered together. Even Xiao Chen, who was at the summit, felt a strong wind blowing, ruffling the hair on his forehead. Xiao Chen put down the jade-white heavenly soul pearl. Then he stood up and looked at the astral cocoon above him. What should have come has finally come. If only it had come a little later. The Big Dipper banner would have broken out of the cocoon. Xiao Chen, you are really in a good mood. Right now, the entire primal chaos domain knows that you have a peak immortal spirit ring and a rank 9 spirit tree. The people who want to kill, you can line up from the foot of this mountain to the summit. Yet, you are still thinking about refining a secret treasure. Many people flew up from the forest. In the blink of an eye, 3 people arrived at the summit and met Xiao Chen's gaze. Xiao Chen squinted and discovered that these 3 people were not very old. They were all early-stage, superior-grade martial sages. The one in the middle was particularly powerful. He was already a peak superior-grade martial sage, only lacking the air of a grandmaster before he could advance to grandmaster-level martial sage. These 3 people wore clothes similar to Lang Taoyin's. They should be disciples of the Xianshui sect. Xiao Chen had heard that the sect master of the Xianshui sect had a few final disciples. He wondered if the person who spoke was one of them. That's not right. This is a secret treasure of the Zodiac Hull. It actually condensed into an astral cocoon. Ha ha ha. I was right to come this time. I can kill you and snatch this secret treasure. Then I can use your head to ask Master for a king-grade secret treasure. The expression of the youth in the middle changed slightly as he laughed maniacally. Jizong, it is not your turn to collect the secret treasure of this astral palace. Do you think that there is no one else in our primal chaos domain? A strong wind blew, and a beam of light flew over. Then a youth in azure robes appeared. His entire body radiated a bloody sword chi. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More and more people gathered. Soon, hundreds of people surrounded the summit, filled with starlight. These people were all experts of the primal chaos domain, loose cultivators, or elite disciples of large sections. Xiao Chen did not say anything. He only looked coldly at these people. Then he looked back and saw 3 old men with extremely strong auras hiding in a cloud several dozen kilometers away. Mr. Qin. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes. The person in the middle was the Medicine God Valley's Grandmaster-level alchemist, Mr. Qin. At this moment, he was smiling coldly as he looked at the summit. Of the 2 people beside Mr. Qin, one was a middle-aged man, and the other was an old man in hempen robes. Both of them had the air of grandmasters that surpassed ordinary people. These were grandmaster-level martial sages who had surpassed the threshold of superior-grade martial sage and had a unique understanding of the martial Tao. They were grandmaster-level martial sages who had already touched the top of the pyramid. They were only one step away from the word emperor and becoming influential people like the blue-robed emperor. A grandmaster-level alchemist, indeed, had great connections. He could even invite grandmaster-level martial sages, 2 of them at once. Mr. Qin really put in a lot of effort and hated Xiao Chen to the bone. Aside from the youth called Jizong, Xiao Chen did not care about the others. No matter how many of them came, he would not care. What Xiao Chen cared about was Mr. Qin and the 2 grandmaster-level martial sages beside him, who were several dozen kilometers away. Normally, he could just leave. Chapter 9:21. However, the Big Dipper banner happened to be at a crucial moment. Xiao Chen could not leave unless he gave up on this secret treasure that he had spent so much effort on. After putting in so much effort and holding so much hope, how could he give it up just like that? The various experts before him all treated him like a dead man, arguing about who would get their secret treasures and immortal spirit rings after they died. Xiao Chen found this funny. He said calmly, Speaking of which, are you all done arguing? Are you all going to attack together or one by one? White Robe King Shao Qin, you are rather graceful. Even in such a situation, you can still remain calm. There are rumors everywhere that your strength is already equal to that of Di Wuk, son of the three holy masters, and those peaked geniuses of the ancient races. I, Yi Su of the Heavenly Music Sect, do not believe that. A scholarly youth stepped forward and walked out of the crowd, a boundless fighting spirit blazing in his eyes. The Heavenly Music Sect, the Muddy Sky Gate, and the Frost Moon Palace were the three-peak sects of the primal chaos domain. They dominated their regions, and their disciples were very proud in the primal chaos domain. Clearly, this Yi Su was not convinced of Shao Chen's fame. An ancient-looking 36-string zither appeared in Yi Su's hand. When the cool breeze blew, it gave off a tinkling sound like that of flowing water. It was clear and melodious, intoxicating everyone. Shao Chen revealed an interested expression as he took a step forward. Based on the name of the Heavenly Music Sect, he could guess that it was a sect that specialized in using sound to kill. Yi Su held the zither with both hands. Together with his scholarly air, he looked like an elegant young master of the secular world. White Robe King Shao Qin, today I will use you to establish my Yi Su's reputation and obtain an invitation to the Heroes' Convention. Ding, ding, dong, dong. Yi Su played the zither with one hand, plucking the strings. The clear, flowing sound suddenly changed into a demonic sound that could kill. Many weapons leaped out of the zither like a storm, tearing through the air and charging at Shao Qin. The zither music reverberated endlessly. It was just a simple test, but Yi Su already displayed such might. The cultivators who originally looked down on him immediately looked at him in a different light. Yu Qin is the most famous person in the Heavenly Chord Sect. I heard that he has long received an invitation from Di Wuk. I didn't expect that Yi Su, who is not famous, has some ability. With him dealing with Shao Qin, he should be able to probe Shao Chen's true strength. Seeing that someone was trying to probe Shao Chen's strength, the others were happy to do so and began to comment on it as if they were pointing out the state of affairs. A few cracking sounds rang out in the air. It was Shao Qin using his finger as a saber. His fingertip flickered with light as he gently tapped the incoming weapons, shattering them one by one. Winding River 9 revolutions. Yi Su's expression changed slightly. He had not expected Shao Qin to break it so easily. The tune changed, and the surging zither music soared again, surging like a river. With the sound of rushing water, Yi Su materialized a surging river, which flowed down from the 36-string zither. It was like Yi Su stood at the peak of a tall mountain. With a casual wave, he made the river descend, giving off a tyrannical aura that suppressed the world. However, while Yi Su was tyrannical, Shao Chen was even more tyrannical. A bright light flickered on Shao Chen's body, and the sound of a treasure saber being unsheathed rang out. Kassier! Kassier! 7 strings of the zither in Yi Su's hand broke, and the zither music stopped. Yi Su's heart sank. What a strong saber intent! It is about to condense into a saber soul. A saber light flew over and instantly chopped the surging river in half. You dare to test me with just this bit of ability? I will defeat you in one move. The saber wind arrived extremely fast. Yi Su could not care less. He raised his zither to block. Ka! 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 The remaining zither strings all broke under this saber strike. However, he still managed to block this sharp saber strike. Yi Su felt confident. He smiled coldly and said, "Although you are strong, you are dreaming if you want to defeat me in one move." Kassier! Right after Yi Su spoke, a bright moon rose behind Shao Qin. The zither in his hand directly broke, and a flawless saber light shot out from Shao Chen's hand. Before Yi Su could cry out, the saber chopped him in half, and blood sprayed into the air. Under the moonlight, Xiao Chen's white robes fluttered in the wind, looking cold and proud. He swept his gaze over the shocked crowd and said, "Just a motley crew. No matter how many of you come, it is useless. Attack together. How arrogant! How arrogant!" After being looked down on by Xiao Chen, these people could not help but feel enraged. They turned into beams of flowing light and charged at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. His long hair and clothes fluttered. He used his body as a saber, bringing out an unparalleled saber edge as he charged into the crowd without fear. His entire body was covered in sabers, and the 4 seasons flowed around him. Xiao Chen materialized the flawless saber Dao. Aside from immortal arts and magic skills, he did not hold anything back as he started a massacre in the crowd. Xiao Chen's white robes were dyed with blood, looking like a demonic god bathed in blood. Miserable cries rang out. These people discovered that Xiao Chen's strength was completely different from what Mr. Qin had said. They had completely misjudged the situation. Jizong led the 3 disciples of the Xianshui sect to try and delay Xiao Chen several times. However, Xiao Chen managed to shake them off, not bothering with him at all. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and blood splattered everywhere. Soon, the peak filled with starlight became much quieter. Aside from a few who fled, only Jizong and the 3 disciples of the Xianshui sect remained. Jizong felt a chill in his heart. Probably only his first senior brother could defeat this Xiao Chen before him. Bang! Just at this moment, a dazzling meteor-like light flew over and clashed with Xiao Chen. An earth-shattering sound spread out in all directions. Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood as he was blasted back to the peak. When his feet landed, cracks spread out on the summit. The entire mountain looked like it would crumble. The middle-aged man beside Mr. Qin, who had been waiting patiently, made a move. With his Grandmaster-level martial sage cultivation, he knocked back Xiao Chen the moment he made a move. Then another huge hand flew over and grabbed the astral cocoon in the sky. The other Grandmaster-level martial sage, the hemp-robed old man, made a move as well. Mr. Qin laughed loudly as he walked over. He looked at Xiao Chen, who was on the summit, and said, "Xiao Chen, did you enjoy killing earlier? These fools really thought that you were only a medial-grade martial sage. After I tricked them, they could take your head and make a name for themselves. The people you killed were all sects with at least the blue-robed emperor in the primal chaos domain. Among them, there were also disciples of the 3 great sections. Even if the Haoqian emperor came, he would not dare to act rashly. This time, you caused a huge disaster. No one will be able to save you." When Jizong saw the 3 people who suddenly charged out and the laughing Mr. Qin, he could not help but feel his hair stand on end. This old fellow's schemes were actually so deep. At the summit where strong winds blew, there was no starlight. Only the lonely bright moon shone down cold moonlight. The hemp-robed old man's quintessence hand grabbed the astral cocoon, and he revealed a smile on his old face. "I feel a complete consolation in there. The secret treasure inside is definitely very powerful. If he had succeeded in refining it, it would have been difficult to kill him this time. However, now it has benefited me. A king-grade secret treasure from the Zodiac Hall is sufficient to raise my strength by another level. Only Grandmaster-level martial sages could bring out the full might of a king-grade secret treasure. This was something that everyone knew. After obtaining a king-grade secret treasure with a raise of his hand, the hemp-robed old man was clearly in a good mood. With a flip of his hand, he placed the entire astral cocoon into his spatial ring, preparing to refine the spiritual mark in it when he returned. At the summit, Xiao Chen exchanged punches with the middle-aged man. All his law energy was knocked back. The blade-like energy immediately tore through his body, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. Now, Xiao Chen finally knew what the superior grade martial sages he fought with felt like. The energy of the flawless saber Dao was simply too torturous. Mr. Qin smiled coldly and said, "Shao Qin, just stand there obediently and let me slap you 10 times. Then I can leave you with an intact corpse." The middle-aged man and the hemp-robed old man stood silently beside Mr. Qin, like two protectors protecting him. They looked at Shao Chen coldly and expressionlessly. Grandmaster level martial sage. Shao Chen felt somewhat sad. All along, he had thought that he could remain undefeated before Grandmaster level martial sages. Unexpectedly, the difference was so great. The difference in cultivation caused a qualitative change. No matter what technique Shao Chen used, it would crumble before the other party's overwhelming strength, unable to withstand a single blow. Shao Chen's peak rank 3 sage body did not cause him much injury. The difference was too great. He could not block the other party at all. Unless Shao Chen circulated deities descending, it would be very difficult to block a strike from a Grandmaster level martial sage. The trump card that he had prepared for a long time was snatched away by the other party. Shao Chen's thoughts raced. At this moment, even if he used 2 magic skills, he would only be able to flee. He would not be able to snatch back the Big Dipper banner. Shao Chen felt very dissatisfied. After putting in so much effort and exhausting all his resources, he ended up with nothing in the end. This won't do. Even if I have to leave, I have to kill this undying old thing. Shao Chen's gaze turned cold as he said to Mr. Qin, "I'll stand here. If you dare, then come over and slap me." Mr. Qin did not get angry. At this moment, everything was within his control. He smiled faintly and said, "Since you want to get slapped so much, this old man will grant you your wish. Brother Feng, Senior Liu, I'll break this brat's legs and feet. Let's see how he can remain arrogant then." The middle-aged man with the family named Feng smiled and said, "Old Qin, you are a martial sage. Why would you need the 2 of us to work together? Brother Liu, watch carefully and don't let this brat escape. I'll deal with him alone." The hemp-robed old man nodded and landed behind Shao Chen, blocking Shao Chen's path. "Brat, your physical body is pretty good. Take another army-killing fist of mine." The middle-aged man grinned maliciously. His body grew in size and crackling sounds resounded as he transformed into a bloody battlefield. He charged forward like a commander of 1,000 troops on horseback. "Kill! Kill!" A boundless tyrannical aura spread out from the middle-aged man's body. Before the fist arrived, millions of soldiers with surging blood qi arrived before Shao Chen, shouting, "Kill!" Chapter 922. These soldiers did not look like materialized phantoms at all. If one looked carefully, even some of the soldiers' beards were different. These soldiers wore blood-stained battle armor and held their combat weapons, wanting to swallow up Shao Chen. When the great rock spreads its wings, it hates the sky for being too low. Shao Chen's face sank. He also used his most tyrannical punch to clash. He wanted to see how big the gap was between him and a Grandmaster-level martial sage. A huge shadow descended as Shao Chen turned into a Kunpeng and spread its wings to soar. Miserable cries resounded. The soldiers in front turned into clumps of blood mist and scattered in all directions. The 2 clashed in the air. The middle-aged man was like a powerful overlord sweeping through the surroundings. Shao Chen was like the holy beast Kunpeng, soaring into the sky. The 2's moves were extremely ferocious without much finesse. Thunderous sounds resounded. The mountain below could no longer withstand the tremors. With a loud rumble, the entire mountain peak turned into rubble and scattered everywhere. Shao Chen took 100 steps back. With every step he took, space trembled. The middle-aged man's body trembled slightly as he did his best to circulate his quintessence, digesting the energy of the Kunpeng fist. A strong wind blew around him, and his clothes and hair fluttered wildly. The Xianshui sect Jizong who was watching from the side, was mildly startled. What's going on? Could it be that even a Grandmaster-level martial sage is forced back by him? Amid the wind, the middle-aged man did his best, but still took a step back in the end. The middle-aged man revealed a shocked expression. Unexpectedly, his punch did not manage to blast Xiao Chen apart. Instead, he even took a step back. Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood. His complexion paled as he wiped off the blood with his right hand. Then he looked straight at the middle-aged man and smiled. Haha, the gap is not as big as I thought. It looks like you had the initiative in the earlier punch. That's why I ended up in such a sorry state. Stubborn. The middle-aged man became slightly angry. The scarlet light in the surroundings entered his body. With an explosive flash, he chased after Xiao Chen and punched. Xiao Chen materialized flawless 4 seasons. In the end, the spring saber, summer saber, and autumn saber were all shattered by his opponent's punch. Only the repaired winter saber managed to hold on for a moment. The two of them fought intensely in the air. Xiao Chen was knocked back by the other party's punches, and his face was completely drained of blood. His internal organs were torn apart by the army-killing fist's tyrannical might. If Xiao Chen had not cultivated the firmament body-tempering art to consummation, his internal organs would have shattered long ago. He would not have been able to hold on. The hemp-robed old man smiled and said, "Brother Feng, since when did a medial-grade martial sage become so tiring? It has already been almost 20 moves, right?" F***CK. The middle-aged man's rage was completely ignited. He no longer held back and punched out with the army-killing fist, causing the mountains and rivers to tremble and bloodlight to soar into the sky. The pressure on Xiao Chen multiplied, but when he saw Mr. Qin's position, he gritted his teeth and held on. Endure. There was only one thought in Xiao Chen's mind. No matter what, he had to kill this Mr. Qin. Even if the medicine god of the Medicine God Valley came personally, he would not be able to save him. Xiao Chen, weren't you very arrogant all along? Why are you being beaten up like a dog now? Bring out the arrogance you had in the merfolk race. When Mr. Qin saw Xiao Chen struggling miserably on the bloody battlefield, he felt very pleased. Bang! Another punch knocked Xiao Chen back. His blood-stained white robes combined with his pale face made Xiao Chen look incredibly weak at this moment. The middle-aged man smiled coldly and chased after Xiao Chen, sending out 3 punches. Kasie! Kasie! The bones in Xiao Chen's right hand, which he used to clash with the middle-aged man, cracked. Joy appeared on Mr. Qin's face as he shouted, "Brother Feng, spare his life. I will slap him to death." Mr. Qin's figure flashed as he rushed over at lightning speed. He feared that the middle-aged man would beat Xiao Chen to death. The middle-aged man withdrew his fist and stood upright. He secretly shook his aching right hand, happy to stop. Mr. Qin raised his right hand and looked at the half-dead Xiao Chen. He said in a sullen voice, "No one has ever slapped this old man before. Back then, you sent me flying with 1 slap. Today, I will slap you to death with 1 slap." A strand of divine light flashed through the sky and entered Xiao Chen's body. His left hand glowed with a golden light. Xiao Chen, who had been suppressed for a long time, finally had this opportunity. The deities descending that he had not used all this time erupted at this moment. "Slap me to death? Let me slap you to death." Pa! A resounding slap rang out. Xiao Chen's left hand, which glowed with a golden light, landed on the right side of Mr. Qin's face. Before Mr. Qin's incredulous gaze, he was shocked to discover that his eyes could see his back. Before he could figure this out, his thoughts were cut off. The sudden turn of events stunned the middle-aged man and the hemp-robed old man. How could the extremely weak Xiao Chen still burst forth with such strength? "You are seeking death." The hemp-robed old man reacted. Killing chi surged in his eyes as a veritable essence hand instantly formed and descended from the sky, intending to smash Xiao Qin to death. Damn, this is going to be big. The middle-aged man cursed and charged forward once more. Bang! Just at this moment, the hemp-robed old man's spatial ring burst open, and countless beams of starlight shot out. The Big Dipper banner, which had a 3-colored light flowing on it, flew out. The other items in the spatial ring also scattered in all directions like a celestial maiden scattering them. Xiao Chun vomited a mouthful of blood. When he saw the Big Dipper banner illuminating 5 kilometers around, he laughed loudly. Big Dipper banner, you did not disappoint me indeed. My efforts were not in vain. The explosion of the spatial ring produced a huge shock wave, catching the hemp-robed old man off guard. The veritable essence hand shattered. Xiao Qin stretched out his hand and caught Mr. Qin's spatial ring. Then he grabbed the Big Dipper banner. Surging astral energy shot out. Massacre, death, and ruin. 3 different lights, changed unpredictably with the starlight. Xiao Chen used the banner pole as a spear and sent it out, clashing with the middle-aged man's fist light. The instant they clashed, Xiao Chen flicked his wrist, and the banner on the pole unfurled. Boundless starlight immediately burst out. The 7 astral pearls released resplendent light, forming a complete constellation. Ruin, death, and massacre, 3 kinds of astral energy, flowed together with the starlight. Bang! The middle-aged man took 10 steps back, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. His eyes filled with shock. The Big Dipper banner containing 3 states was unheard of since ancient times. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and waved the banner, collecting all the astral coins, medicinal pills, astral cores, and divine materials in the air. These were the collection of a Grandmaster-level martial sage. Damn it! How dare you snatch my treasures? When the hemp-robed old man saw Xiao Qin sweep away most of his treasures, he flew into a rage. He stretched out his hand, and a huge, flaming hand smashed down. Xiao Chen did not even bother looking at the treasures that he collected. He simply tossed them into the universe ring. Then he shook the astral banner, and a beam of starlight shot out. This beam of starlight pierced through the quintessence hand that the hemp-robed old man formed, shattering it. At this moment, Xiao Qin felt his body brimming with energy. The abundant astral energy in the Big Dipper banner could actually replenish the law energy that he exhausted. Xiao Qin swung his right hand. With his strong recovery ability, he could move his broken bones with some difficulty. Holding the reborn Big Dipper banner, Xiao Qin held some initiative. As he swung the banner, he blocked the sharp attacks of the middle-aged man and the hemp-robed old man. Ji Zong's eyes went wide as he watched from the side. Who knew how many divine materials this astral banner contained for it to have such might? Furthermore, there were the 3 attributes of destruction, death, and massacre. Even the Big Dipper banner in the hands of the Big Dipper Palace's palace master could not compare to the one in Xiao Chen's hand. Massacre. With a thought from Xiao Chen, the massacre chi contained in the Dubhe star shot out together with the starlight. The surging astral energy immediately turned scarlet, like blood. The astral banner fluttered, and the sound of massacre spread out for 5 kilometers around. There was only one sound in the sky, one word, kill. The moment the word kill appeared, it shattered the martial techniques of the middle-aged man and the hemp-robed old man. The Big Dipper banner spun again, and the scarlet light faded. The death chi in the Merak star surged, and the starlight turned pitch black. All the sounds in the world merged into one word, die. The moment the word kill appeared, it shattered the martial techniques of the 2. The middle-aged man and the hemp-robed old man were both shocked and enraged. When the black light vanished, Xiao Qin raised the Big Dipper banner and charged forward first. The destruction chi of the Fecta star turned the starlight grayish-white. Then it formed the word destroy and surged towards the 2. Rumble. The moment the word destroy appeared, many mountains collapsed. Cracks appeared on the skin of the middle-aged man and the hemp-robed old man, and blood leaked out. You are seeking death. You are just a mere medial-grade martial sage. And yet you dare to be so arrogant. The hemp-robed old man was thoroughly enraged. He opened his forehead and spat out a flaming palm leaf fan. Fiery clouds spread out for 50 kilometers above his head. The middle-aged man's expression turned sullen, and a scarlet military seal appeared in his palm. He pushed it out, and it became as large as a mountain hovering above his head. Groups of armored soldiers on war horses floated around the military seal. Their chi and blood soared into the sky, scattering the clouds in the sky. When Jizong saw the situation, he quickly turned around and led his disciples away, not daring to stay any longer. This Xiao Qin had really gone overboard. Grandmaster-level martial sages could already bring out the full might of a king-grade secret treasure. Once they brought out their secret treasures, they were getting serious. It would not be an exaggeration to describe the shock waves of the battle as earth-shattering. When one thought about it, Xiao Chun was rather capable. Unexpectedly, he forced 2 Grandmaster-level martial sages to take out their king-grade secret treasures. The light of the Big Dipper banner slowly faded. In the blink of an eye, it vanished completely. Xiao Chen's heart sank. He had gone overboard. Earlier, Xiao Chen had only cared about playing around, not holding back at all. He had used up all the astral energy in the Big Dipper banner to be able to force us, the demonic brilliant 2 elders, to use our Life King grade secret treasures. Xiao Chen, you should be proud even in death. The hemp-robed old man snorted coldly and grabbed the flaming palm leaf fan. Then he gently fanned it, and a strong wind carrying the flames formed 999 flame tornadoes, each one 1 kilometer long, surging toward Xiao Chen. A vast sea of fire filled Xiao Chen's vision. The might of one fan was already so strong. The full might of a king-grade secret treasure was truly terrifying. The middle-aged man formed hand seals and spat out the word command. The scarlet military seal flashed, and 100,000 soldiers charged over, accompanied by a flaming wind. As the horses galloped in the air, the surrounding 50 kilometers rumbled. The ground shook intensely and countless cracks appeared. Chapter 9:23. Xiao Chun withdrew the Big Dipper banner into his sea of consciousness. Then he said sullenly, "This bit of ability is not enough to kill me. Demonic brilliant 2 elders, I, Xiao Chun, will remember you. The mountains will not change. The rivers will flow forever. In the future, I will definitely take your heads." Great Sun incantation, burning the void. The magic energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, which had already tripled in size, suddenly burned and drained. The blazing sun suddenly appeared in the night sky, turning into an ancient Yang character as it soared into the sky. Boom! The flames of the sun spread out in the air, clashing with the towering flaming tornado and the 100,000 bloody soldiers in the air. Surging shock waves covered the sky and the sun. The tall mountains for 50 kilometers around were instantly flattened. All sorts of lights bloomed in the air like fireworks, lasting for a long time. When everything calmed down, Xiao Chun was nowhere to be seen. The hemp-robed old man and the middle-aged man were stunned. After a long time, they put away their king-grade secret treasures. Mr. Qin died before our eyes. We will not be able to give an explanation to the medicine God Valley. The middle-aged man retorted angrily, "What explanation? If we go, we will definitely be beaten to death. I just feel heartache. The primal essence nature pill that Mr. Qin promised us ended up with this brat. That is a king-grade medicinal pill that can increase one's cultivation by 60 years. The hemp-robed old man sighed and said, "This time I suffered a great loss. Let's not care about this brat. Let's quickly go to the heavenly ruin wasteland and see if we can make up for our losses." How unlucky! If we had not agreed to Mr. Qin's request, we might have already gained a lot in the heavenly ruin wasteland. That might not be the case. The heavenly ruin wasteland has an immortal sect remnant buried there. It is a supreme sect of the immortal epoch. Even the blue-robed emperor would enter. We are just minor characters there. After running for hundreds of kilometers, Shao Qin stopped in front of a majestic and imposing city. The words Zhuge were written on the city gates. This was one of the largest cities in the primal chaos domain. There were countless cultivators in the city, and it was very complicated. Martial sage experts could be seen everywhere. Shao Qin pondered for a while. There were many people who wanted to kill him now. Rather than hiding outside, it was better to cultivate in this city for a while. Then he rushed to Zhongzhou Bushin Palace to participate in the king-conferring ceremony. If Shao Qin relied on the huge flow of people to hide, he would be like a drop in the ocean. Even if a major character knew divination, it would not be easy for them to find him. After putting on the heavenly sea cloak, Shao Qin headed straight for the city gates. He walked into the city as if he was air. Shao Qin paid the astral coins and reserved a superior room at a nearby inn. Only now did Shao Qin let out a sigh of relief. He was temporarily safe. He sat cross-legged on the bed and began to recover from his injuries. The middle-aged man's army-killing fist was boundlessly tyrannical. His blood qi soared into the sky. There was always a surge of energy that could not be eliminated from the internal injuries, causing the injuries to be unable to heal automatically. Now that Shao Qin had calmed down, it was time to get rid of this scarlet energy. This energy was harder to get rid of than Shao Qin had expected. After the scarlet energy pierced into his internal organs for a short period of time, it became deeply rooted and extremely difficult to get rid of. Shao Qin only managed to recover after 3 days. A light flashed in his eyes as he quickly checked Mr. Qin's spatial ring. Indeed, the heavenly secret divination disc floated quietly in the ring. After fiddling with the heavenly secret divination disc for a while, Shao Qin thought to himself, after killing Mr. Qin this time, I have thoroughly offended the medicine God Valley. This will be a huge problem in the future. The Medicine God Valley was a peak faction of the Profound Domain. They were much stronger than the Heaven and Earth sect. In terms of overall strength, they were no weaker than the Haotian sect. Hey, what is this? Shao Qin's spiritual sense was attracted by a jade bottle in the spatial ring, interrupting his thoughts. That jade bottle gave off a spiritual light. It was transparent and overflowed with light. Unexpectedly, it could not block out the spiritual light of the medicinal pill inside. What medicinal pill is this for its spiritual light to be so intense? The spiritual light was too intense, so much so that Shao Qin did not dare to take it out. He got off the bed and went to the cultivation room in the room before carefully taking out the jade bottle. This was an especially prepared for cultivators. Normally, the best rooms would have similar cultivation rooms that could isolate the spiritual energy fluctuations generated by cultivation. The crystalline jade bottle was transparent. Spiritual energy spread out and turned into dragons swimming around the room, moving through the clouds of spiritual energy. Shao Qin opened his mouth and sucked in several dragon-shaped spiritual energy strands. Shao Qin's body immediately felt very comfortable. The purple heavenly laws around his dantian churned. After absorbing this spiritual energy, he felt extremely satisfied. Bang! 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 10 brand new heavenly sage laws appeared. They were as thick as a finger, but they gave off a dense purple light and flickered with sparks. Shao Qin was startled. What exactly is this medicinal pill? Spiritual energy turned into dragons. Just one breath, and my cultivation increased by a small amount. What would happen if I swallowed the entire medicinal pill? Shao Qin's cultivation was different from that of ordinary people. Without a fortuitous encounter, he would have needed at least a month to raise his cultivation. Looking at the jade bottle, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. He had not expected Mr. Qin to have such a medicinal pill. If Xiao Chen guessed right, this should be the reward for the demonic, brilliant two elders. It was an extremely precious king-grade medicinal pill that could raise a cultivator's cultivation. Good. What I lack now is cultivation. Mr. Qin. Oh, Mr. Qin, you're really providing me with timely assistance. Xiao Qin opened the bottle cap and was about to consume the medicinal pill. Who knew? A beam of dim light shot out the instant he opened the bottle cap and headed for the door. Bang! The dim light crashed into the restrictions on the wall, causing Xiao Qin to groan in pain. That was a thumb-sized medicinal pill with a small face on it. It had eyes, a mouth, but no nose. Small hands and feet even grew out of the medicinal pill, rubbing its head in pain. It looked extremely cute. A pill spirit? In the past, Xiao Qin had heard of stories of medicinal pills gaining spirituality. Unexpectedly, he saw it for himself. Fortunately, this pill spirit was not strong. Xiao Qin had the foresight to open the jade bottle in the cultivation room. Otherwise, it would have flown away. Come back. Xiao Qin stretched out his hand and grabbed. A strong suction pulled the medicinal pill into his palm. The tiny pill spirit stood pitifully on Xiao Chen's palm, crying out pitifully. It looked extremely aggrieved, making it hard to swallow. Xiao Chen remained unmoved. He said, "Don't feel aggrieved. Medicinal pills are refined for others to eat." Before Xiao Chen could finish speaking, the pitiful little pill spirit shook its head and swelled to the size of a watermelon. Then it opened its ferocious mouth and tried to chew on Xiao Chen's head. Hee. After swallowing you, you idiot, I will truly become a pill spirit. This broken house will not be able to trap me anymore. The pill spirit laughed sinisterly. A pill spirit eating its master. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He threw a palm strike and law energy surged out. Electricity flickered, and this pill spirit cried out miserably. A smooth medicinal pill appeared before Xiao Chen. He could even see a clump of primal chaos qi swimming around in the medicinal pill. This medicinal pill gained spirituality. Now, Xiao Chen was certain that the medicinal pill in his hand was a king-grade medicinal pill. However, he had only refined it for a short time, so this pill spirit did not have much growth yet. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to deal with. Xiao Chen opened his mouth and swallowed this primal essence nature pill without hesitation. Then he circulated the purple thunder divine incantation and frantically swallowed the primal essence nature pill. Beams of purple light shot out from his body. The 3,000 strands of black light all turned crystalline purple. The entire room was filled with a sea of electricity. All sorts of mutated beasts appeared in the sea, roaring at the sky. The medicinal energy of this pill made Xiao Chen feel incredibly carefree. All along, he had been like a child who could not eat his fill. The surrounding spiritual energy could not satisfy him at all. After swallowing this pill, his bones, flesh, and heavenly sage laws all felt extremely satisfied. After refining for 3 days, Xiao Chen opened his eyes, feeling like he had not had enough. His purple hair had not completely faded yet, making him look sinister. In 3 days, Xiao Chen's cultivation had risen from early stage medial grade martial sage to middle stage medial grade martial sage. Xiao Chen licked his lips. This medicinal pill was really good stuff. Unfortunately, there was only one. If he had another 8 or 10, he might have been able to push his cultivation to superior grade martial sage. Then he would be able to fight a grandmaster level martial sage head-on. However, this was already pretty good. With his current cultivation, he no longer had to be so passive when facing the demonic, brilliant two elders, unable to resist at all. After standing up and leaving, Xiao Chen muttered to himself for a while before putting on a scarlet cloak. This was a sage-grade secret treasure from the hemp-robed old man's collection. It had the effect of increasing one's speed. A scarlet light flowed around the cloak, fluttering about. This scarlet cloak looked very cool. Then Xiao Qin turned the blue Neptune headscarf into red and tied it around his forehead, matching his purple hair. Xiao Qian's aura immediately changed. He now looked like an elite disciple of an evil sect, exuding an evil aura. Unless one was very close to him, it would be hard for others to connect him to Xiao Qin. Xiao Qian's purple hair toppled many people's opinions. A folding fan appeared in Xiao Qian's hand. After sizing up his current attire, he smiled faintly and walked out. In the bustling inn, Xiao Qin ordered some food and wine as he listened to the conversations of the various cultivators. There were many people from all walks of life in the inn. He could hear the latest news of the primal chaos domain here. Did you hear? The profound domain's demonic, brilliant two elders suffered at the hands of the white-robed Xiao Qin. They were invited by Mr. Qin to kill Xiao Qin. Who could have imagined that Xiao Qian would kill Mr. Qin and swagger off? The demonic, brilliant two elders are not ordinary Grandmaster-level martial sages. They have been famous for many years. They have lived for 400 or 500 years, and their cultivations are ridiculously deep. They can kill a regular superior grade martial sage with one punch. This Xiao Qin is really bold. I heard that he even killed the disciples of all the big sects in the primal chaos domain. Now, several sects have already started to hunt him down. How unfortunate. The experts of my primal chaos domain are all rushing to the heavenly ruin wasteland. This Xiao Qian will be free and unfettered for a while. When Xiao Qin heard this, he felt excited. No wonder the demonic, brilliant two elders are so strong. It turns out that they have lived for 400 or 500 years. It is only natural that their cultivations far surpass mine. However, what is this heavenly ruin wasteland? To think that it would attract so many experts of the primal chaos domain. Curiosity stirred in Xiao Qian's heart. He raised his hand to that eloquent, skinny man and said, "This brother, would you like to come over and have a drink?" The skinny man was in the middle of speaking when he was interrupted. He was displeased, but when he turned to look, he saw that someone had interrupted him. However, when he looked over, he saw that Xiao Qian was covered in secret treasures and had an overwhelming evil aura. Chapter 924. He walked over with a smile and performed a cupped fist salute. How should I address this brother? I am Xing Qingyin, a rank 1 loose cultivator from the primal chaos domain. Yi Chen from the Heavenly Starry Ocean's Northern Sea Alliance. I was invited by Diwuk to discuss the Heroes Convention and to meet Xiao Qin at the same time. I want to see how capable he is to dare to kill someone under the nose of a martial emperor. Xiao Qian's expression did not change as he spoke nonsense. No one could make out any flaws. So, it is the Northern Sea Alliance's young Master Yi. I misjudged you. When Xing Qingyin heard that Xiao Qian came from the Northern Sea Alliance, a peak sect of the Heavenly Starry Ocean, and that he even received an invitation from Diwuk, he quickly felt deep veneration for Xiao Qin. I heard that Diwuk has already arrived in the primal chaos domain and met with the top true inheritors of the Frost Moon Palace and the Heavenly Music Sect. Now, they're heading to the Heavenly Ruin wasteland together. Diwuk also came to the primal chaos domain. It looked like he had put in a lot of effort for the sake of the Heroes Convention. Xiao Qian revealed a doubtful expression. He said, "This is my first time in the primal chaos domain. Recently, I kept hearing about the Heavenly Ruin wasteland. Since Brother Xing is so knowledgeable, can you explain it to me?" Xing Qingyan felt very pleased with Xiao Qian's flattery. He smiled and said, "You really asked the right person. The Heavenly Ruin wasteland is a land of fortuitous encounters in the primal chaos domain. Occasionally, all sorts of remnants appear there. This time, someone actually discovered a large immortal sect, attracting the attention of many experts. Even the blue-robed emperor made a move." Xiao Qian felt enlightened. It looked like the heavenly ruin wasteland was a place similar to the savage battlefield. I heard that young master you wants to kill Shao Chen? Xing Qingyan said hesitantly. Naturally, Shao Chen could not kill himself. However, to deceive others, he had to put on a convincing act. He asked coldly, "What's wrong? Do you think I'm not that strong?" Xing Qingyan smiled and said, "I'll be honest. Young Master Yi is not weak. However, it is far from enough to kill Shao Chen. You should know that even the demonic brilliant two elders could not stop him." Shao Chen saw that there was a hidden meaning in his words and directly said, "If you have something to say, just say it." "In that case, I will be direct. Some of the disciples of the Frost Moon Palace and the Heavenly Sound Sect have formed a king-killing alliance. I feel that if young Master Yi joins them, you will have a higher chance of killing Shao Chen." "Kill the king? What king?" "Naturally, it's the white-robed king, Shao Chen. This fellow has yet to obtain the title of Blue Dragon King, but the title of the White-Robed King has already spread. There's no problem with calling him the White-Robed King." King-killing alliance? A thought occurred to Shao Chen. He asked, "Brother Xing, how do you know Shao Chen's location? Could it be that you're trying to hunt down the Haotian sect by forming the king-killing alliance so suddenly?" Xing Qingyan smiled and said, "Naturally not. Given Shao Chen's character, given the appearance of an immortal sect remnant in the heavenly ruin wasteland, he will definitely go. Our alliances, people have been guarding the entrance. We will catch him sooner or later." Shao Chen sighed softly. "This is really a coincidence. I managed to avoid some trouble. I wonder who the people forming the king-killing alliance are. True experts should disdain forming alliances." Suddenly, a plan appeared in Shao Chen's mind. Right now, there are many people who wanted to kill him. He might as well stir up trouble. "How about it, Brother Yi? Join our king-killing alliance," Xing Qingyan said with anticipation. Shao Chen swung the folding fan in his hand and revealed a proud expression. He smiled coldly and said, "Brother Xing, are you looking down on me? With my strength, do I need to join someone else's king-killing alliance? To hunt down just one Shao Chen, I also need to form an alliance. This king-killing alliance is just SOSO, in my opinion." Xing Qingyan's expression changed drastically. He forced a smile and said, "Then I have something to do, so I will leave first. I wish young master Yi good luck." Shao Chen placed his hand on Xing Qingyan's shoulder. Then he smiled with narrowed eyes. "Brother Xing, what are you planning to do?" "I just got excited and decided to form a demon-slaying alliance to hunt down Shao Chen. I will appoint you as the alliance chief." Xing Qingyan felt a strong energy enter his body, able to shred his meridians and internal organs at any moment. The hand that Shao Chen placed on Xing Qingyan's shoulder was like the hand of the Grim Reaper. As long as Shao Chen made any strange movements, he would instantly die. I am weak. I really cannot shoulder such a heavy responsibility," Xing Qingyan said, his voice trembling. There were many major characters in the king-killing alliance. Several outstanding talents of the Frost Moon Palace and the Heavenly Music Sect were there, as well as some famous loose cultivators. If Xing Qingyan joined this demon-slaying alliance, he would be slapping their faces. He would not have a good time. "What's wrong, Brother Xing? Are you looking down on me?" Shao Chen's expression turned cold as he gently patted Xing Qingyan's shoulder twice. Xing Qingyan's heart thumped heavily as he showed a sullen expression. How could he dare to say no? What an unexpected calamity! An unexpected calamity! Originally, Xing Qingyan wanted to recruit an expert to raise his position in the alliance. Unexpectedly, he ended up offending such a fearless master. Shao Chen smiled faintly. Together with his head of purple hair and scarlet headscarf, he looked as sinister as one could imagine. "That's right. Let's go. Bring me to the heavenly ruin wasteland. We will go there to kill demons as well, to kill the white-robed demon Xiaoqin. Follow me and become famous. Xing Qingyin, why are you still here? The last batch of people in the alliance is about to set off. Now, you are the only one left. Dong, dong, dong. Footsteps came from the inn. A group of cultivators with extraordinary cultivations arrived. The leader of this group spoke anxiously to Xing Qingyin. Xing Qingyin was about to answer when Xiaoqin stopped him. He smiled and said, "Everyone, please return. Xing Qingyin is now the alliance chief of my demon-slaying alliance. He has nothing to do with your king-killing alliance. You are seeking death. Where did you come from? How dare you poach the people of our king-killing alliance? I think you are Xiao Chen's accomplice." When the leader of this group saw that Xiao Chen was only a medial grade martial sage, he could not be bothered to speak with him. He stepped forward and sent a palm strike at Xiao Chen. When this person sent out the palm strike, a cold palace rose up behind him. A cold moon hung high in the distance. This person was actually an outstanding disciple of the Frost Moon Palace. Someone in the surroundings recognized this person and whispered, "That is the Frost Moon Palace's Xiang Xiaoyu. He is one of the top elites of the Frost Moon Palace. This young Master Yi of the Northern Sea Alliance is probably going to suffer." Xiao Qin smiled and said, "Good timing. I will take your head and spread the name of our demon-slaying alliance." Xiao Chen did not use any martial techniques. He only relied on his cultivation. He leaped up and clashed with a palm strike. His body gave off a bright purple light, and clumps of electricity flickered. There was a berserk sound of thunder in the inn, causing the floors to tremble. Bang! Crisp sounds rang out continuously. That palace and the cold moon shattered one by one. Xiang Xiaoyu vomited a mouthful of blood and fell miserably to the ground. A horrified expression appeared in his eyes. The others in the inn were shocked as well. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen defeated Xiang Xiaoyu in one move. This Yi Chen really had a great background. "Let's go. You offended our king-killing alliance. There's no place for you in this primal chaos domain. Also, Xing Qingyin, you are very courageous. You are a traitor," Xiang Xiaoyu said ruthlessly as he climbed to his feet. Then he led a group of people away. "Leave." Our alliance chief did not say anything. "Do you think you can leave just like that?" Xiao Qin pushed off the ground and opened the folding fan in his hand. In a flash, he arrived before Xiang Xiaoyu. Electricity burst out of the folding fan, and he knocked Xiang Xiaoyu back in a few moves. Xiao Chen did not let the others off, either, knocking them to the ground one by one. Xiao Chen's scarlet cloak fluttered behind him as he fanned himself. Then he smiled and said, "Alliance Chief Xing, how to deal with these people will be up to you." Xing Qingyin had a sullen expression as he complained bitterly in his heart. "These people are finished. I will not be able to survive in the primal chaos domain in the future. Young Master Yi, I think we should let these people go." Xiao Qin closed his folding fan and smiled. "Since the alliance chief has spoken, I will let you all go. Leave behind your spatial rings, and you can scram." Xiang Xiaoyu took the lead and tossed aside the spatial rings. Then he said to Xing Qingyin, "Xing Qingyin, you are dead for sure. How dare you betray us and oppose our king-killing alliance? From today on, there is no place for you in the primal chaos domain." The others left behind their spatial rings and glared at Xing Qingyin hatefully before quickly leaving this place. Xiao Chen picked up the spatial rings on the ground and gave half to Xing Qingyin. Then he performed a cupped fist salute to the people in the inn and said, "The demon-slaying alliance is officially established today. The alliance chief said that when we see the people of the king-killing alliance, we have to beat them up like dogs." Whoosh! Xiao Chen grabbed Xing Qingyin and leaped out of the inn. Then he smiled and said, "Brother Xing, how did it feel earlier? From today on, your name will definitely spread throughout the entire primal chaos domain." Xing Qingyan smiled bitterly. Now, even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he would not be able to clear his name. However, he opened the spatial rings in his hand. When Xing Qingyan saw that he had obtained a large sum of wealth so easily, his heart pounded heavily. Come, bring me to the heavenly ruin wasteland. Xing Qingyan helplessly led Shao Chen to the heavenly ruin wasteland. Along the way, Shao Chen met with the people of the King-Killing Alliance. They did not show any mercy at all, and Shao Chen killed all of them. 3 days later, the entrance to the heavenly ruin wasteland appeared in the distance. A primal chaos whirlpool floated in the air. With a quick glance, one could see a multicolored light filling the sky behind the whirlpool. However, there were even more black flames that were blowing non-stop, making whooshing noises that struck fear into the hearts of those who looked at them. Xing Qingyan explained, Young Master Yi, the entrance is in front. However, dark demonic flames spread for 50 kilometers in there. If you enter rashly, you will be burned to ashes. Of course, that is a different story if you are as strong as the blue-robed emperor. Shao Chen had heard of the dark demonic flames before. This was a kind of flame from the deep abyss demonic world, a type of inattributed flame. However, it was not as difficult as other flames. Even Grandmaster-level martial sages would find it hard to deal with it. Shao Chen frowned and said, There should be a way to enter, right? Xing Qingyun's mood improved slightly. He smiled and said, Naturally there is. Every evening, when the sun sets, the might of the dark, demonic flames will be at their lowest. As long as one's cultivation is sufficient, one can slowly endure it. Alternatively, if you are fast enough, you can fly 50 kilometers in one breath. At that time, the dark demonic flames will not be able to catch up to you. Shao Chen entered deep thought, considering which method he could use to enter. Since an immortal sect remnant had appeared in the heavenly ruin wasteland, naturally he wanted to enter as well. When others obtained magic treasures, they needed to reforge them into secret treasures before they could use them. However, Shao Chen could use them as he pleased. Even if he could not break them down into divine materials, he could use them to cultivate the blue dragon body nourishing art. Chapter 9:25. A few factions gathered in the sky at the entrance of the heavenly ruin wasteland. Xing Qingyan pointed to one of them, feeling somewhat depressed. He said, That is the King-Killing Alliance. The one standing in the palace is the Frost Moon Palace's Yun Tianhe. He is second only to the top true inheritor of the Frost Moon Palace, Lu Zhang. There are many white-clad women around him. The one with a set of bells in front of him is the heavenly music sex, Gao Baiyu. He is also the second strongest person of the younger generation in the sect. The King-Killing Alliance is made up of these two people. Shao Chen took a look and discovered that there were indeed many experts among them. There was even a Grandmaster-level martial sage, old man behind Yun Tianhe and Lu Zhang. However, Shao Chen could sense that these three were all Grandmaster-level martial sages. Xing Qingyan, you are really bold. We pulled you into the King-Killing Alliance, and yet you still dare to betray us and bite back at us. When Yun Tianhe saw Shao Chen and Xing Qingyan rushing over from the cold palace, he led a group of people from the King-Killing Alliance to block the two. Xing Qingyan felt like crying. He really wanted to explain. However, he had already killed so many of the other party's people. There was no way to explain. Either way, he would die. Xing Qinghe threw caution to the wind and shouted, What dog fart King-Killing Alliance? You have to gather so many people just to kill Shao Chen. Before our demon-slaying alliance, you are nothing. Yun Tianhe felt stifled. Unexpectedly, an unremarkable person from 3 days ago actually dared to shout at him. Senior brother Yin, this brat is reckless. I'll help you take his head. A figure leaped out, and a horrifying aura soared into the clouds, kicking up strong winds in the surroundings. The newcomer was an outstanding young superior grade martial sage, much stronger than Xing Qingyun's. How dare a nobody like you speak to our alliance chief? Scram! Xiao Chen remained expressionless as he blocked the front and punched. After consuming the Primal Essence Nature Pill, although Xiao Chen was only a middle-stage, medial-grade martial sage now, he would not fear fighting a Grandmaster-level martial sage. When he punched out, the sound of thunder rang out continuously. The newcomer was sent flying and coughed up blood. As Yun Tianhe stood above the palace, a cold moon rose into the sky, and the air suddenly turned cold. He looked at Xiao Qin, who had purple hair and a blood-like cloak fluttering in the wind. He frowned and asked, "Who exactly are you? Why are you making things difficult for us?" Xiao Qin opened his folding fan and stood upright in the air. He smiled and said, "I will never change my name or surname. I am Xiao Qin of the Heavenly Starry Oceans, Northern Sea Alliance. Yi Qin, the bloody young master Yi Qin. The Frost Moon Palaces, Yun Tianhe, and the Heavenly Music Sects Gao Baiyu revealed shocked expressions, turning grave. When Xiao Chen saw the two's expressions, he could not help but think, bloody young master Yi Qin. Could there really be someone in the Northern Sea Alliance called Yi Qin? I really made up this name. Xing Qingyan observed the two's expressions and felt that this Yi Qin seemed to have a great background. He laughed loudly and said, "Yun Tianhe, Gao Baiyu, the king-killing alliance is no longer as mighty as before. Now, our demon-slaying alliance is very popular. Xiao Chen will only die at our hands." Yun Tianhe and Gao Baiyu exchanged glances. Then they turned their heads and said in a condescending tone, "The fame of the Northern Sea Alliances for young masters is very resounding. However, in our primal chaos domain, you have not reached the point where you can do as you please without fear. Yi Qin, you killed the people of our king-killing alliance. You have to give us an explanation. Otherwise, no matter how great your background is, you can forget about entering this heavenly ruin wasteland." Xiao Qin found it funny to think that a random name could have the same name. Xiao Chen's luck is really good. As for the real brother Yi Qin, I can only apologize. However, in any case, the other party is very far away. No matter what, there will be some connection. Xiao Qin can use the other party's name to do as he pleases. Apologize to you and ask our alliance chief if he agrees. Alliance Chief Xing, do you agree? Xiao Qin said as he turned his head to Xing Qingyan. Along the way, Xing Qingyan had killed people and snatched their treasures. He had shared many of the benefits with Xing Qingyan. Now, Xing Qingyan realized that Xiao Qin had a great background. Xing Qingyan felt very confident. He said in a tyrannical manner, "Apologize? Our demon-slaying alliance will definitely hunt down Xiao Qin and become famous. How can we apologize? You are the ones who should apologize for being disrespectful to our demon-slaying alliance." There were many people in the king-killing alliance. A rough count would be no less than 200, with some experts among them. When they saw that Xing Qingyan, who was originally a weakling, was so arrogant, they felt enraged in their hearts. "Young Master Yin, young Master Gao, we have never heard of this Yi Qin before. Why bother wasting time with him? Just kill him. Right, kill them. Otherwise, others will look down on our king-killing alliance." Yun Tianhe and Gao Baiyu remained silent, unable to make up their minds. Most people might not have heard of the Bloody Young Master, but that did not mean that these two had not. The Bloody Young Master was an outstanding talent of the Heavenly Starry Ocean's younger generation. He was strong enough to compete with the top true inheritors of the Frost Moon Palace and the Heavenly Music Sect, perhaps even stronger. Rumor had it that the Bloody Young Master was temperamental, alternating between good and evil. His strength was extraordinary. This Xiao Chen fit the rumors. Xiao Chen swept his gaze around and stared at the person who shouted the loudest. He smiled and said, "All of you are boasting shamelessly. To think that you dare to spout nonsense before our demon-slaying alliance." A light flashed. Shao Chun held a folding fan in his hand, and the scarlet cloak behind him fluttered in the wind. He looked like a scarlet beam of light, moving about without a trace. When Shao Chun returned, he held a head in his hand. It was the head of the person who shouted the loudest. When Xing Qingyin saw the situation, he became even bolder. He took the head from Shao Chen's hand and exploded it. He shouted, "This is the result of opposing our demon-slaying alliance." Shao Chen's earlier actions were extremely fast. Less than 10 people could see his movements clearly. The only ones who could stop him were the 2 old men behind Yin Tianhe and Gao Beiyu. However, without their orders, these 2 old men would not make a move. Shao Qin killed one of them with the raise of his hand. The cultivators of the king-killing alliance could not help but feel horrified. When Yin Tianhe and Gao Beiyu saw the situation, they quickly gestured. The 2 Grandmaster-level martial sages behind them quickly leaped out, giving off an aura that could shake mountains and rivers as they flew over. The 2 old men threw a slap at the same time, wanting to send the 2 old men flying at the same time, thoroughly smashing away the arrogance of Shao Qin and Xing Qingyin. Pa! Xing Qingyin could not retaliate and got sent flying. Shao Chun dodged in advance and grabbed the falling Xing Qingyin. He smiled and said, "Alliance Chief, are you all right?" Sub. My face is swollen from the slap. It hurts. Xing Qingyin said pitifully, his right cheek swollen. He could not speak clearly. Shao Chun carried Xing Qingyin and dodged the attacks of the 2 Grandmaster-level martial sages again. He smiled and said, "The 2 of you are dead for sure. You even dare to slap our alliance chief. Xing Qingyin, no one in this world can save you." What a joke! What can an insignificant, inferior grade martial sage do to us? Today, I will slap you, the Dog's Hit Alliance chief, to death right in front of you. The old man from the Frost Moon Palace said coldly. Xing Qingyin was so anxious that he nearly cried. He said, "Young Master Yi, please stop." Shao Qin carried Xing Qingyin and easily dodged the attacks of the 2. He smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. With me, the bloody young Master Yi Qin, protecting you, no one will dare to touch you." The bloody young Master Yi Qin? What a great reputation. You said not to touch him, but I will. The old man from the Heavenly Music sect held a jade flute in his hand. His attacks could not help turning sharper as he charged at Xing Qingyin. Xing Qingyin already despaired. Under the pressure of the 2 Grandmaster-level martial sages, he felt like his heart would jump out at any moment. Haha, just a bunch of dancing clowns. To think that they are not embarrassed to form the king-slaying alliance. How laughable. Just at this moment, a mocking voice came from the distance. A white figure holding a long saber approached from afar, quickly heading for the heavenly ruin wasteland. White-robed Shao Chen. Suddenly, someone cried out when they saw the 2 old men attacking Shao Chen and Xing Qingyin. The 2 old men paused, and a light flashed in their eyes. Then they charged at the white figure at lightning speed. It really is the white-robed Shao Chen. What a strong saber chi. His killing intent is also horrifying. The people of the Dragon-Slaying Alliance were all startled. Then they suddenly reacted and charged at the white-robed figure. They executed all sorts of methods, either strong martial techniques or strong secret treasures, causing the winds and clouds to change color as they descended from the sky. That was not all. The experts hiding in the surroundings all leaped out at this moment. Shao Chen's lips twitched as he counted. There were at least 10 Grandmaster-level martial sages who leaped out. If Shao Chun had not hidden himself and headed for the heavenly ruin wasteland, he might not even have known how he died. Xing Qingyin covered his face and felt flabbergasted. Damn it! This Shao Chen is really incredible. Unexpectedly, there's so many Grandmaster-level martial sages hiding there to kill him. Shao Chun fanned himself and smiled. Haha, Alliance Chief Xing, you're not too bad yourself. Earlier, there were 2 Grandmaster-level martial sages, but they could not do anything to you. Xing Qingyin rubbed his face and forced a smile. It's just S.O. After all, I am the Alliance Chief of the Demon-Slaying Alliance. In the future, I will personally kill the white-robed Shao Qin and become famous. It is already dusk, and Shao Qin has entered the heavenly ruin wasteland. Young Master Yi, should we go in? Shao Qin nodded. He was rather interested in that white-robed person from earlier. He wanted to know whether the other party was dead or alive. Xing Qingyin took out a warship and carried the 2 to the primal chaos whirlpool in the air, heading for the entrance to the heavenly ruin wasteland. Many mutated beasts were carved on both sides of the warship. An ancient demonic energy cannon was mounted on the bow, the only sage-grade secret treasure that Xing Qingyin could take out. The instant the warship entered the entrance, it immediately sank into a sea of black, demonic flame. The demonic flame howled endlessly. Occasionally, horrifying ghostly faces flashed by. Those were the mutated evil spirits of the demonic flame. They could even swallow up Grandmaster-level martial sages. However, it would be very difficult to run into them. Brother Yi, we need to walk out of this 50 kilometers of demonic flame within 15 minutes. Otherwise, the sun will set in the west. When the might of this demonic flame returns to normal, my warship will not be able to block it. Xing Qingyin propped up the protective barrier of the warship. He did not appear to be in too much of a rush. As long as they did not run into any unexpected situations, they would not have any problems crossing the 50 kilometers of demonic flame within 15 minutes. Chapter 9:26. What a coincidence to run into the 2 of you here. It looks like the heavens want you dead. Just as Xing Qingyin thought this, an old man walked out of the surging demonic flame. This was the Grandmaster-level martial sage of the Frost Moon Palace. This old man did not rely on any external items to move freely in this demonic flame. He relied on his own cultivation to move about freely. Xing Qingyun's face turned the color of a pig's liver. He felt extremely depressed in his heart. He smiled bitterly and said, "Senior, why are you not chasing after that white-robed Shao Qin? Why are you seeking trouble with us? That brat runs very fast. After killing many of our people, we still let him slip away. However, you are not that lucky. Alliance Chief Xing, this old man said that I will slap you to death, so I will keep my word." The Frost Moon Palace's old man parted the flames and approached the warship with malicious intent. Xing Qingyin paled slightly. He forced a smile and said, "Senior, you must be joking. It's enough to make such a joke once." As the Frost Moon Palace's old man walked over, the demonic flame in front of him parted automatically. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Look at me. Do I look like I'm joking?" Shao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Alliance Chief Xing, you are going to kill white-robed Shao Qin. You will definitely become famous. Why are you so frightened by a Grandmaster-level martial sage? Go up and beat him up." "My legs are weak. Big Brother Yi, go up. I'll hold the line for you." Xing Qingyin trembled as he moved back. "What are you afraid of? Charge forward bravely." Shao Chen pushed gently, and a huge force pushed Xing Qingyin out of the warship. Then, Xing Qingyin shot towards the old man in the Frost Moon Palace's robes. This startled Xing Qingyin. Given his cultivation, the moment he left the warship, the demonic flame would immediately swallow him up. Even the significantly weakened demonic flame would not do. Xing Qingyin flailed his arms and legs, shouting. However, after shouting for a long time, he discovered a purple barrier flickering with electricity around him, blocking the surrounding demonic flame. Xing Qingyin could not help smiling. "You scared this old man. It turns out that you are fine." The Frost Moon Palace's old man stepped forward and raised his right hand. He smiled coldly and said, Unexpectedly, Alliance Chief Xing is so courageous that you really dare to challenge this old man. F***CK. The old man's figure was like a gust of wind, about to arrive in the blink of an eye. His speed was so fast that Xiao Chun could not react in time, unable to dodge or evade. Just as the old man closed his eyes in despair, a resplendent saber light lit up in the surging, demonic flame. A saber wind easily split the demonic flame in half and headed for the old man's back. An extremely dangerous aura appeared in the old man's heart. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the old man quickly turned around and punched out. The aura of a master-level master permeated the air, and a strong wind blew. The devil flame scattered in all directions, clearing up an empty space around him. Bang! A folding fan pressed against Xiao Chen's fist, and surging quintessence surged out. Electricity burst out, and thunder rumbled in the surroundings. A look of surprise flashed in the old man's eyes as he retreated 100 meters. He had used 50% of his cultivation in that punch. Although he had been caught off guard, he should not have been knocked back by a Grandmaster-level martial sage. In his arm, the blade-like energy scraped at his bones and flesh layer by layer, causing him to feel an excruciating pain. He had to use twice as much law energy as the energy to destroy this energy. Old man, I already said that since you offended our alliance chief, no one in the world can save you. Today is the day you die. As Xiao Chen held the folding fan in his hand, his purple hair fluttered about, flickering with a crystalline light. However, the color dimmed somewhat. The scarlet Neptune headscarf on Xiao Chen's forehead made his delicate face look very sinister. Arrogant. The Frost Moon Palace's old man gave up on Xing Qingyun and charged at Xiao Chen while walking in the demonic flame. Xiao Chen did not show any fear. The earlier punch had already tested this person's limits. Compared to the demonic, brilliant two elders, this Frost Moon Palace's old man was much weaker. Back then, Xiao Chen's defeat at the hands of the demonic, brilliant two elders was indeed justified. Even if Xiao Chen had not consumed the primal essence nature pill, he would not have suffered too much from this old man before him. At this moment, Xiao Chen's cultivation soared. The earlier strike seemed to have activated the primal essence nature pill. The medicinal energy hidden in his body made him feel very comfortable. Unexpectedly, his cultivation had improved further. It looked like the true medicinal energy of the primal essence nature pill was still to come. When Xiao Chen's purple hair turned completely black, he could be considered to have completely absorbed the primal essence nature pill's medicinal energy. Using the folding fan as a saber, Xiao Chen materialized the flawless saber Dao and started an intense battle with the Frost Moon Palace's old man amid the dense, demonic flame. The immortal will of thunder encased Xiao Chen's entire body, making his aura no weaker than the other parties. Occasionally, the vague form of his saber soul followed Xiao Chen's gaze and stabbed at the other party, throwing him into a fluster. Peerless cold moon, freezing the surroundings. Suddenly, a cold, bright moon rose up behind the old man. The will of ice spread out together with the bright moon. Kassier! Kassier! Even the surrounding demonic flame was frozen into pieces. The old man roared ferociously, and a dazzling moonlight appeared on his right fist. Under the illumination of the cold moon, his entire being exuded a cold and emotionless intent. The cold intent lingered in the surroundings, vast and boundless. The old man's deep cultivation allowed this will of ice to suppress Xiao Chen's immortal will of thunder, multiplying the pressure on him. Xiao Chen closed his folding fan and casually tossed it aside. Then he quickly formed hand seals. He materialized the chessboard of fate. The supreme mysterious phenomenon of the universe pushed 3 stars, and a black starry heaven storm descended from the sky. The starry heaven storm clashed head-on with the Frost Moon Palace's unique martial technique. The light vanished, and the cold moon in the sky swayed left and right. The black storm surged out in all directions, kicking up demonic flame tornadoes that formed berserk, demonic flame tornadoes that surged in all directions. Shao Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed the folding fan. Then a bright moon rose up behind him as well, a flawless moon. Bright moon in the sky. Only I am flawless and indestructible in the world. Shao Chen pointed with his folding fan, and the bright moon crashed into the swaying cold moon with a loud bang. The horrifying cold chi that spread in the air, which could even freeze the demonic flame, immediately vanished like smoke. The pressure on Shao Chen immediately decreased, and he recovered his speed. Then he turned into a beam of purple light and charged at the Frostmoon Palace's old man again. When the old man's mysterious phenomenon broke, blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. When he saw Shao Chen charging over, extreme shock appeared in his eyes. Who exactly are you? That was an immortal art magic skill earlier. Only immortal cultivators can use it. However, your saber intent and martial technique clearly show a strong martial cultivation. Shao Chen waved his folding fan and smiled. I will never change my name. I am the Northern Sea Alliance's bloody young master, Yi Qin. When old Mr. goes to hell, remember who you want to take revenge on. The hair on Shao Chen's forehead fluttered, giving off a crystalline light. He discovered that in this short period of time, his cultivation had improved significantly. Not only did his law energy not deplete, but it even increased as he fought. At this rate, when he completely absorbed the hidden medicinal energy of the Primal Essence Nature Pill, he would not have any problems reaching peak, late-stage, medial-grade martial sage. One side grew stronger as they fought, their auras flourishing. The other side drained their law energy continuously. For every strand of energy that flowed into their bodies, they had to spend twice as much energy to resist. At this moment, it was clear who held the advantage. You are still too inexperienced to kill me. If you think that Grandmaster-level martial sages only have these few trump cards, then you are gravely mistaken. Today, I will show you that if there is a next life, never ever provoke a Grandmaster-level martial sage. The old man's forehead opened, and a Frostmoon Palace flew out. It gave off a bright light, and many figures holding swords flew out from it. There were both men and women. The men were handsome and elegant, and the women were fairy-like. As a cold moon rose into the sky, these ethereal, fairy-like figures radiated a sharp killing chi. They turned into beams of light and shot toward Shao Chen. Rumor had it that the Frostmoon Palace's main palace itself was an emperor-grade secret treasure. The palace master would bestow a replica of the Frostmoon Palace to the supreme elders of the sect. This was somewhat similar to the Heaven and Earth sect's 3 immortal swords. After all, king-grade secret treasures were very hard to find. The sect could only settle for the next best thing, using this method to mass-produce some inferior king-grade secret treasures. Of course, there would be 1 or 2 of the best, using hundreds of divine materials to refine them into peak king-grade secret treasures and give them to the most worthy elite disciples of the sect. Unfortunately, the Frostmoon Palace in the old man's hand was clearly not a peak king-grade secret treasure. Shao Chen opened his forehead, and the 10,000 beast cauldron flew out. He formed hand seals with both hands, and his magic energy surged. Deep sea black flood dragons, heavenly phoenixes, 1,000 feathered snakes, pie tigers, and many other ancient mutated beasts leaped out of the cauldron. More than 500 of them appeared before stopping. Although Shao Chen only brought out 50% of the cauldron's might, the mutated beast images that leaped out were all nourished by the Holy Beast Medallion. The strength of each image more than doubled compared to before. It was no exaggeration to say that the 10,000 beast cauldron in Shao Chen's hand was much stronger than the 10,000 beast cauldron that the Lin clan elders used at full power. Shattering sounds resounded as the mutated beasts tore apart the light images descending on Shao Qin. Every time a light image was destroyed, the old man's expression became much more unsightly. Shao Qin smiled faintly. After he destroyed all the figures descending from the Frost Moon Palace, he recalled the mutated beasts back into the cauldron. Stepping on electric light, Shao Qin moved as fast as lightning as he raised the 10,000 beast cauldron. Then he tyrannically smashed the other party's Frost Moon Palace. Bang! The Frost Moon Palace shattered and floated away. The old man's mind was connected to it. He vomited blood, and his eyes turned listless. He felt incredibly weak. "You are just an old man, and you dare to be arrogant before our demon-slaying alliance? Brother Yi, leave this old man to me. Just watch my performance. You should go and rest first." Xing Qingyin, who had been hiding somewhere earlier, leaped out when he saw an opportunity. He started punching and kicking the old man, grabbing his hair and slapping him. Awesome. Hee hee. Who could have imagined that a Grandmaster-level martial sage would be beaten up like a dog by my hands? I, Xing Qingyin, will definitely kill Shao Qin and become famous. Xing Qingyun beat the old man to his heart's content, his entire body brimming with energy. Soon, the old man's face was swollen. His breathing was weak, and he cried out miserably. This pitiful old man had been awe-inspiring when he was alive, an overlord of a region. However, after falling into Xing Qingyun's hands, he died in such a sullen manner. Chapter 927. When Shao Qin saw the situation, he put away the old man's spatial ring and ignored him. Then he started to collect the scattered fragments of the Frost Moon Palace. Shao Qin circulated the blue dragon body nourishing art and swallowed up the divine materials contained in the fragments. However, it felt like a drop in the bucket. He barely managed to gather a negligible amount of dragon energy. Oh no! Brother Yi, the 15 minutes are almost up. The might of the demonic flame will recover to its peak, Xing Qingyun said worriedly as he landed on the warship while carrying the half-dead old man. Shao Qin sensed that the surrounding demonic flame was indeed slowly growing hotter. His rank 3 sage body could not endure it, and he needed to circulate his law energy to deal with it. It's fine. 50 kilometers cannot trap me. After landing on the warship, Shao Qin spread his hands and lifted the warship up. He merged his vital qi, veritable essence energy, and magic energy, circulating them without any regard for the consumption. Then he dashed wildly through the demonic flame. Shao Qin was like a beam of light as he charged forward. Xing Qingyin, who was on the warship, swayed left and right, unable to gain a foothold. Before the demonic flame completely recovered its might, the warship finally broke through the 50 kilometers of demonic flame and landed in the heavenly ruin wasteland. As Shao Qin supported the huge warship, he landed on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and shaking the ground. Xing Qingyin carried the half-dead Frost Moon Palace old man and stood up in a daze. When he breathed in the fresh air, he laughed loudly and said, "We are safe now." However, Shao Qin slowly discovered that something was wrong. Cold gazes filled with dense killing qi stared at him from high up in the sky. Xing Qingyun carefully looked up and saw Yun Tianhe and Gao Baiyu leading the king-killing alliance's large group as they looked at him expressionlessly. Strange, why are the Frost Moon Palaces people looking at me like my parents died? Xing Qingyin suddenly reacted, and his expression changed drastically. He quickly tossed the old man on his shoulder off the warship and explained, "Brother Yin, I really did not kill this person." Yun Tianhe said coldly, "Xing Qingyin, you are really capable now. For the past few hundred years, no one has dared to kill the inner sect elders of my Frost Moon Palace. From today onwards, you will be added to the Heaven Character Kill Command of my Frost Moon Palace. The Sky Character Hunting Order. It's over. This is too big." The last time the Frost Moon Palace issued a Heaven Character Killing Order was 100 years ago when a loose cultivator, the blue-robed emperor, killed their grandmaster-level martial sage for no reason. Their palace master personally chased it to the end of the sea and forged it into a bone weapon. Then he stabbed it into the walls of the Frost Moon Palace and displayed it to the public for 100 years. Xing Qingyun's heart sank. He felt so much regret that his intestines ached. It was clearly that Yi Qian who injured Xiao Qin. Xing Qingyun only casually dealt the finishing blow. How did he attract so much hatred? It is just a grandmaster-level martial sage. If our alliance chief wants to kill him, so be it. Why would our alliance chief care about your Frost Moon Palace's dog's-hit-killing order? Xiao Qin pushed off the worship with both hands and smiled gently, appearing very arrogant and despotic. After that he added, "If you have any problems, come at me, the bloody young master Yi Qin. Don't look for our alliance chief. You bunch of small fries are not fit to fight with our alliance chief." When Xing Qingyun heard this, he felt warmth in his heart. Yi Qin was really a good brother. At the crucial moment, he still stood out. Xing Qingyun giggled and said, "Everyone, did you hear that? Don't come at me. I am innocent. I really did not kill the Frost Moon Palace's elder. I only slapped him a few times. You are going too far. Xing Qingyun, you are really going too far. You do not care about our Frost Moon Palace at all. You are smiling so wretchedly, yet you still look innocent. Innocent your sister. Kill him. What dogs hit alliance chief? If you say that I am not fit to fight with you, then this old man will take your head." The Frost Moon Palace's people could no longer hold back. They all descended from the sky and charged at Xing Qingyun, who was on the worship. Seeing an insignificant person like Xing Qingyun jumping around so happily, Gao Baiyu felt extremely upset for some reason. He waved his hand, and the Heavenly Music Sect disciples charged over as well. The other loose cultivators of the King-Killing Alliance followed suit, charging over like a swarm of bees. Such a scene frightened Xing Qingyun so much that his legs went soft. "Damn! Don't come at me. Everyone, I really did not kill him. I am innocent." Xing Qingyun trembled. Yi Qian had clearly blocked them already. Why was it that a large group of people still charged at him? Xiao Qin smiled faintly and flung hard. Half a dragon force suddenly burst forth, hurling the worship like it was a mountain. Bang! 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 The huge force caused the air in the capital to tremble. Several unlucky people bore the brunt of the attack and got smashed into meat paste. The luckier ones sustained severe injuries as well. Half a dragon force, 2,500 tons of force combined with the weight of the worship, was no joke when it suddenly erupted. Xiao Chen had noticed long ago that these people gathered here as if they were guarding some natural treasure. The Grandmaster-level old man from the Heavenly Music Sect did not see Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen guessed that he had fallen to the white-clad man. Otherwise, he would have stayed by Gao Baiyu's side. That was to say, no one in this group could stop Xiao Chen. King-Killing Alliance? Xiao Chen smiled and opened his folding fan. Today, he could slaughter this group of people. He had long felt uncomfortable hearing that name. Furthermore, he could pin the blame on others. Honestly speaking, this feeling was very good. Xiao Chen glanced at Xing Qingyun, who was fleeing miserably on the worship. With Xing Qingyun distracting these people, he could save some effort. At the very least, he did not need to care about these shrimp soldiers and could directly deal with Yun Tianhe and Gao Baiyu. Yi Qin, we respect you as a person of the Northern Sea Alliance. Just hand over Xing Qingyun and let us settle this matter. We do not have any conflict with you. As Yun Tianhe stood in the palace, a cold moon hung high above as he flew over to Xiao Chen. A set of bells floated in front of Gao Baiyu. When he gently shook them, they tinkled endlessly. Then he looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Brother Yun is right. We have no grudge with you. Hand over Xing Qingyun and save the face of our King-Killing Alliance, and we can forget about this matter." Yun Tianhe continued. "As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a snake in its territory. Even if the two of us work together, we would not lose to you by much." Our respective senior brothers also followed Diwok to the Immortal sect remnant. "If you get into a conflict with us and go to the Immortal sect remnant, you will end up provoking a strong enemy for no reason." The bloody young master Yi Chen was too famous. Furthermore, the two Grandmaster level experts protecting them were nowhere to be found. Right now, Yun Tianhe and Gao Baiyu did not have much confidence. It would be for the best if they could turn this matter into a small one. Shao Qin found it funny. If he were really Yi Chen, he might agree to these two's request. Unfortunately, he was not. Shao Chen's true identity was already a sworn enemy of this group of people. He would not have a chance to resolve this. "Scram, are you even worthy of speaking to me, the bloody young master Yi Chen? You overestimate yourselves. Toss down the spatial rings in your hands and these 2 king-grade secret treasures. I'll torture you until you die." With Yi Chen's identity, Shao Qin could do whatever he wanted. No matter how big the commotion was, there was that distant brother to take care of it. "I have long heard that the bloody young master Yi Chen is arrogant and conceited, considering everyone beneath him. Today, I finally get to experience it for myself." When Yun Tianhe heard the word "scram," as he stood in the palace, he trembled in anger. Shao Qin smiled and said, "Remember, the person who killed you is me, the bloody young master Yi Chen." A flash of electric light roared, and a scarlet cloak fluttered in the wind. Saber intent filled the air as Shao Qin charged at Yun Tianhe. Yun Tianhe pushed off the ground, and the palace carried him high into the air. Many ethereal figures shot out of the palace under the cold moonlight. Every figure radiated a boundless killing intent, materializing different killing moves. 1,000 figures meant 1,000 killing moves. Flashy but impractical. The 1,000 killing moves looked mighty and mighty. However, in reality, every move was unrelated. Without a strong leader to lead these 1,000 people, they were like a plate of loose sand. Shao Qin now had a rough understanding of the Frost Moon Palace's secret treasure. The core of this secret treasure was not the secret treasure itself, but the person using it. A powerful, outstanding talent with great boldness was needed to truly subdue these light figures. At that time, one person with 3,000 experts would be sufficient to sweep through cultivators of the same generation. Right now, Yun Tianhe's secret treasure was just for show. It might be able to scare off regular geniuses, but it was insufficient before Shao Qin. Bang, bang, bang. 1,000 killing moves and 1,000 figures could not block Shao Qin for long. In one exchange, a figure's killing move broke, shattering into pieces. After breaking 1,000 moves, Shao Qin caught up to Yun Tianhe. Then he started a huge battle with him above the palace. Shao Qin used his body as a saber and his thoughts as a saber. Everywhere he went was a saber. In merely 3 moves, Shao Qin knocked Yun Tianhe back and vomited blood. Continuous chimes rang out. It was Gao Baiyu striking the set of bells, sending out musical notes as he charged at Shao Qin. Shao Qin had no choice but to give up on this opportunity to kill Yun Tianhe. He turned around and gently waved his folding fan. A strong wind blew at Gao Baiyu, carrying the musical notes with it. Gao Baiyu had not expected Shao Qin's cultivation to be so deep, comparable to a regular Grandmaster-level martial sage's. The force of his fan could kick up such a strong wind. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions resounded. A few of the small bells on the set of bells clashed with the returning musical notes and shattered. The originally relatively complete tune was immediately disrupted. Gao Baiyu paled slightly, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. "Let's go." "We are not a match for him," Gao Baiyu shouted. Gao Baiyu called out and prepared to leave with Yun Tianhe. However, when he looked back, he discovered that Yun Tianhe, whom he had saved, had already taken the opportunity to run away. Damn! Gao Baiyu cursed. As he looked at the approaching Shao Qin, he steeled his heart and raised the set of bells with both hands. Then, he infused all his law energy into them. Dang! 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 The small bells infused with divine materials gave off melodious notes, playing an impassioned war song that resounded in the surroundings. Yi Qin, our heavenly music sect will not share the same sky with you. You had best not go to the Immortal sect remnant. Otherwise, you will not be able to return. Gao Baiyu, who was holding up the set of bells, tossed them at Shao Qin. A strong, storm-like war song descended from the 9 heavens. It was like a vast army surging towards Shao Qin. For the sake of survival, Gao Baiyu decisively gave up on this set of bells, hoping to buy himself some time. Chapter 928. Shao Qin smiled faintly and clashed with the incoming bells. He punched 8 times, each punch shaking the sky and earth, scattering the clouds in the surroundings and resounding in the sky. After the 8 punches, the purple color above Shao Qin's head dimmed slightly and the bells shattered. Gao Baiyu's figure had already vanished from sight. Shao Qin did not chase after him, either. He circulated the blue dragon body nourishing art and moved his hands, turning the fragments of the bells into a bright light that he swallowed up. Shao Qin closed his eyes and digested the energy. Then he opened his eyes and said, "I feel something. That weak dragon energy is no longer indistinct." However, when Shao Qin thought about it, after swallowing 2 king-grade secret treasures, the blue dragon body nourishing art showed only such a small improvement. He could not help feeling dispirited. "Brother Yi, save me." Sub. They are chasing me to death. They are a bunch of bastards. I already said that I'm innocent." When Shao Qin looked back, he saw that Xing Qingyun's fortress ship had already been torn apart, leaving only a wooden plank. Xing Qingyun hugged the plank as he fled in the air. He was in a sorry state, and his clothes were tattered. He looked like a refugee, looking very miserable. Shao Qin smiled faintly and said, "Alliance Chief, don't panic. Yi Qin is here." Now that Shao Qin had the time to deal with this group of useless soldiers, he naturally did not have to spend much effort. Aside from a few who could not be bothered to give chase, most of the king-killing alliance's people died. As Xing Qingyun tidied up the spatial ring that Shao Qin gave him, he laughed until he cried. He could not do anything about it. When he moved his lips, the wounds on his body tore open. Despite the pain, he could not stop laughing. Haha, I'm rich. I've been a loose cultivator for 10-odd years, but I have never felt so happy before. Ouch! How painful! These people did not hold back at all. As Xing Qingyun laughed, he tidied up his belongings. For a moment, he felt some lofty aspirations. My current resources are more than enough for me to cultivate to medial grade martial sage. After I kill Shao Qin, my name will spread everywhere. Everyone in the world will know the name of the demon-killing alliance's chief, Xing Qingyun. If he knew that Shao Qin was standing right beside him, how would he feel? Alliance Chief Xing, you are quite open-minded. You do not care about the Frost Moon Palace's heaven character pursuit order at all, Shao Qin said coldly as he waved his folding fan. When Xing Qingyun heard that, his expression immediately changed. Heaven character killing order? Why is my life so bitter? It was not easy for me to make a name for myself. Yet I am going to die young. Right, I got it. Shao Qin saw his eyes suddenly light up and said with a smile, "Got it, got what?" Xing Qingyun chuckled and said, "Young Master Yi, I've thought of a way to get the Frost Moon Palace to take back the heaven character killing order. At that time, after young Master Yi kills Shao Qin, just lend me your head. With this head, you will definitely be able to get the Frost Moon Palace to take back the heaven character killing order." "Sure, it's a small matter." Shao Qin smiled faintly, looking incredibly kind. Xing Qingyan patted Xiao Chen's shoulder and said, "In that case, I'll have to trouble Brother Yi. The one who kills Xiao Chen will definitely be young Master Yi." "Hey, young Master Yi, why did your hair turn lighter?" Xing Qingyan raised his head and accidentally glanced at Xiao Chen's hair. He discovered that Xiao Chen's purple hair was much dimmer than its initial crystalline and almost purple color. Of course, Xiao Chen still looked very sinister. That aura made it hard for others to connect it to the white-robed Xiao Chen's calmness. Xiao Chen's hair turned from black to purple because the primal essence nature pill's medicinal energy had accumulated in his body and had not completely dispersed. As the medicinal energy was absorbed, his hair would turn black sooner or later. At that time, it would be very difficult to pretend to be Yi Qin. The medicinal energy would be completely absorbed in at most 10 days, at least 3. His cultivation should reach peak medial grade martial sage. He might even be able to break through to superior grade martial sage. At that time, Xiao Chen would not care about the demonic brilliant two elders, and he would not need to pretend to be someone else. However, Xiao Chen still needed the identity of the bloody young Master Yi Qin. He also needed Xing Qingyun's cooperation. Xiao Qin used his folding fan and knocked on Xing Qingyun's head. He said, "You are too nosy. Let's quickly go and see what treasure Yun Tianhe, Gao Baiyu, and the others were waiting for earlier." The two searched the vicinity. After a while, they discovered something. Purple jade bamboos of various heights grew on a slope in front. They piled up at the top of the mountain, and a clump of thunderclouds floated in the sky. One of these bamboos stood out from the rest. It had more than 1,000 segments and was 100 meters tall. It looked very special among the purple bamboos. Thunder bamboo. 1,000 segments of thunder bamboo. This is heaven-defying, Xing Qingyun exclaimed. The thunder bamboo was a natural divine material. With some trimming, it could be made into a thunder bamboo sword, which could rival a superior grade sage grade secret treasure. Using it to refine weapons could significantly improve the quality of a secret treasure. For a long time, it had been a priceless treasure. Every year, the thunder bamboo would undergo a lightning tribulation. If it succeeded, it would grow another segment. If it failed, it would vanish completely. Xiao Chen grabbed hold of Xing Qingyun, who was about to charge forward. "Don't send yourself to death. Don't you see that the 1,000-year-old thunder bamboo is about to undergo another tribulation?" Xing Qingyun looked up. Indeed, more thunderclouds gathered in the sky, making it look gloomy. It looked like the entire sky was going to collapse. If Xing Qingyun charged forward rashly, he would be blasted to ashes on the spot. He could not help feeling fear when he thought about it. No wonder Yun Tianhe's group lingered here and did not make a move. They probably feared this thunder bamboo. "Little friends, are you thinking of getting your hands on this thunder bamboo? I advise you not to think about it." Just at this moment, a short, grayish old man with shifty eyes, no more than 1 meter tall, arrived behind the two at some point in time. Xing Qingyun looked at this old man, who had crawled out from somewhere. He cursed. Where did this old thing come from? To think that you dare to cause trouble when you see our demons slaying alliance here. Scram! Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Alliance Chief Xing, your temper seems to have increased recently. You even do not care about Grandmaster-level martial sages anymore." This startled Xing Qingyun. However, his expression quickly recovered. He said with a smile, "Grandpa, Senior, Grandpa, I was just joking earlier. Don't take it seriously. Please don't take it seriously." The shifty-eyed old man stared at Xiao Chen and said, "Brat, your eyes are pretty good." This Lord Ju hid so well, but it still did not escape your eyes. This old man before Xiao Chen was not human. Xiao Chen could feel the aura of a fiend race cultivator. Earlier, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense caught the other party, crawling out from the mound. Based on his aura, he should be a rat-type spirit beast in human form. A playful expression appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes as he said softly, "I am the Northern Sea Alliance's bloody young master, Yi Qin. How should I address Senior? Why is this thunder bamboo not useful? Just address me as Lord Jiu if you give me face. The thunder bamboo is a natural treasure. It has never lived for more than 1,000 years. This is the rule of the heavenly Tao. It is like how a fish cannot leave the water. After 1,000 years it will die. Not only that, but the 1,000-year lightning tribulation will also affect the other thunder bamboos. This entire patch of thunder bamboo will be destroyed. You are just wasting your time here." Xiao Chen revealed an expression of understanding. He smiled and said, "In that case, we will take our leave first. Thank you, Lord Jiu. It's just a small matter." "There is no need to thank me," Lord Jiu said generously, waving his hand. When the two were far away, it was indeed as Lord Jiu said. The 1,000-year thunder bamboo failed its tribulation, and even the patch of thunder bamboo disappeared. "You two fools! For this 1,000-year thunder bamboo to be so outstanding, several times taller than the other thunder bamboos, its roots must be connected to a pure thunder origin. This Lord Jiu got lucky." The shifty-eyed old man kicked up a cloud of dust and arrived at the rubble of the thunder bamboo forest in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Just as the old man was about to dig up the roots, two figures descended from the sky. Xiao Chen waved his folding fan and smiled at the old man. This startled the old man, and his eyes went wide. "You two fools, why are you back?" The moment the old man said that, he felt that it was inappropriate. He immediately lowered his head and smiled. "Young heroes, why did you rush back? This is a barren land with nothing to see." Xiao Chen sized up the old man and smiled. "This young master saw that you have a dignified appearance and extraordinary strength, so I wanted to invite Senior to join my demon-slaying alliance. Unexpectedly, I heard some things that I should not have heard." Lord Jiu felt depressed in his heart. It looked like someone had tricked him. The other party did not believe him at all. Xing Qingyin scolded jokingly, "Look at you, your eyes darting around when you speak. It would be strange if you could deceive someone." Lord Jiu's expression changed, and he unleashed the aura of a Grandmaster-level martial sage. He said in a cold voice, "You two juniors scram quickly. Otherwise, don't blame this Lord Jiu for starting a massacre." Xiao Chen shook his head and smiled. "Senior, stop pretending. Your legs are already trembling. Why are you still pretending to be an expert? Your clan should be the most sensitive to danger. You should know best what kind of strength I have." Xiao Chen took 3 steps forward, and the old man trembled in fear. How could he still have the air of an expert? He turned around and tried to burrow into the ground. Rats were always afraid of death. Most people said that rats were as timid as rats. Actually, this saying was not false. This old man before Xiao Chen was pretty strong. However, his nature was hard to change. His cowardly nature revealed itself at the crucial moment. The old man felt a dangerous aura from Xiao Chen for some reason. He understood that he was not a match for Xiao Chen. If he fought, he would definitely die. Originally, he wanted to pretend to be an expert and trick the two away. Who knew his acting skills were not up to par, and he was seen through with one glance. Xiao Chen made a move at lightning speed, grabbing the old man's ankle and lifting him into the air. Then his law energy turned into a blade-like energy and poured into the old man's body. The old man immediately cried out in pain. Xiao Chen tossed him to the ground and said with a smile, "Senior, stop running. Quickly dig out the thunder origin. Otherwise, you will suffer more." The old man landed on the ground and looked at Xiao Chen with some fear. Earlier, the electric energy had been incredibly sharp. The old man had used nearly 10 times his law energy to barely block it. He knew that he had run into a powerful person this time. The old man no longer dared to have any other thoughts. He only wanted to dig out the thunder origin and quickly leave this little demon. The old man found the withered roots of the 1,000-year-old thunder bamboo. Then his hands flashed, and he quickly dug out layers of soil. In the blink of an eye, a 10-meter deep hole appeared in the ground. After a while, the hole was 100 meters deep, startling Xing Qingyan. Damn, this old man really has the strength of a Grandmaster-level martial sage. How come I can't tell it all? Shao Qin smiled and said, "It's simple. He is like you, bold and timid. If you had the strength of a Grandmaster-level martial sage, your aura would be similar." Chapter 9:29. Xing Qingyan smiled embarrassedly and quickly shut his mouth, not saying anything more. The sound of thunder came from below, and the old man flew out, his entire body scorched black. In his hand was a small purple dragon. I almost let it escape. "Sir Yi, I've given you the thunder source. Can this Lord Ju leave now?" The thunder origin was the product of a spirit vein's origin becoming sentient. Similar to it were the wind origin, the fire origin, and the ice origin. Compared to the spirit vein's origin, these thunder origins were purer. To cultivators of the same attribute, they were even more valuable than the spirit vein's origin. Shao Qin sealed the thunder origin, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. This old man was rather capable. The thunder origin was sentient. Ordinary people would not be able to capture it easily. Rumble. There was a loud sound, and the ground under Shao Qin's feet suddenly shook intensely. A multicolored light soared into the sky from an unknown distance. Ethereal celestial music came from the multicolored light. Shao Chen could vaguely see the image of an immortal palace with fairies dancing and playing music. Whoosh! 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 Countless figures immediately rushed towards the multicolored light in the entire heavenly ruin wasteland. The old man said with a fervent gaze, "The protective formation of a large immortal sect is finally broken. Ha! This Lord Jiu is going to get rich. I'll take my leave first." "Old man, where are you going?" This alliance chief did not even say you could leave. When Xing Qingyan saw this old man trembling before Shao Chen, he was truly as timid as a mouse. Shao Chen did not care about it. His figure flashed, and he blocked the old man's path with a smile. "Scram! This Lord Jiu, how dare you block me?" When the old man saw Xing Qingyun blocking his path, he casually threw a palm strike. Bang! Xing Qingyun flew back, unable to resist at all. His chest ached. "Ouch! Old thing, I'm not done with you." Xing Qingyun held his chest as he groaned on the ground. His facial features contorted. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Shao Qin smiled faintly. This Xing Qingyun was truly infuriating. He looked into the distance at the multicolored light and revealed a contemplative expression. The protective formation took so much time to break. It looked like this immortal sect remnant really belonged to a large immortal Dao sect. It would definitely attract many experts. Shao Qin did not know how many more divine materials the blue dragon body nourishing art would have to consume before he could improve. He had to go to the immortal sect remnant. However, Diwak, the top true inheritors of the Frost Moon Palace and the Heavenly Music sect were there. Who knew how many elders of their sects followed behind them? There were countless loose cultivators who coveted his peak immortal spirit ring. With just one glance, Diwak would probably recognize Shao Chen's current identity. Then, Shao Chen would immediately face a trap of death. "Brother Yi, the immortal sect remnant has opened. Should we go and take a look? Who knows, Shao Chen might be there. Don't forget the true purpose of the demon-slaying alliance." In just a short while, Xing Qingyun arrived before Shao Chen. Clearly, he was very tempted. "Let's go, you lead the way." Indecisiveness was not in Shao Chen's character. After weighing it in his heart, Shao Chen decided to go. The immortal sect ruins were vast and boundless. There was no reason for him to bump into D woke the moment he saw him. The identity of the bloody young master, Yi Chen, could help Xiao Chen for a while. When he broke through to medial grade martial sage, he would no longer have to fear anything. Xing Qingyun immediately led the way joyfully, heading towards the land of rainbow light. The heavenly ruined wasteland was boundlessly vast. Aside from the Immortal sect remnants, one could occasionally come across natural treasures like the thunder bamboo. Under Xiao Chen's incitement, Xing Qingyun would use the name of the Demon Extermination Alliance to intervene in the original disputes and reap benefits. Although his speed was slow, he had obtained quite a lot of benefits. As they got closer to the Immortal sect remnant, more experts appeared, and the situation became increasingly chaotic. Xiao Chen found it hard to fully grasp the situation. However, Xing Qingyun had good eyesight. When he sensed that something was off, he immediately turned around and circled around. How miserable! Xiao Chen robbed me again. He stripped me of all my treasures, even my spatial ring. I'm even more miserable. He robbed me of my spatial ring and even called me a pauper, saying that I was wasting his time. This Xiao Chen is getting more and more overboard. He is ridiculously strong as well. I heard that he robbed several Grandmaster-level martial sages. White-robed Xiao Chen is really bold. A group of martial sages with miserable expressions walked past them. This was already not the first time Xiao Chen and Xing Qingyun heard of someone being robbed by Xiao Chen. Xing Qingyun did not have much of a reaction. However, Xiao Chen had some misgivings. Could it be that the white-robed person I saw at the entrance of the heavenly ruined wasteland really used his name? Whoosh! Just as Xiao Chen thought this, the ground in front exploded. A short figure fell to the ground in a sorry state. After he got up, he kicked up a cloud of dust and rushed over in the direction of Xiao Chen and Xing Qingyun. Xing Qingyun's eyes were sharp. He exclaimed in shock, "Old thing, you still dare to come?" This short old man was Lord Jiu, who had helped collect the Thunder origin 2 days ago. At this moment, he was fleeing in a panic. Someone was chasing him, so he ran for his life. Xing Qingyun took a step forward and blocked the old man again. However, this time, he was in an even more miserable state. The old man knocked him flying and tumbled in the air. The old man moved like the wind, passing by Xiao Chen in a flash. However, he immediately returned at an even faster speed, looking at Xiao Chen in pleasant surprise. Xing Qingyun just landed in the air, and the old man immediately caught him. His face filled with a flattering smile as he said, "So, it is Alliance Chief Xing and young Master Yi. I was in too much of a rush earlier and did not see clearly. I really did not see clearly." Xing Qingyun's internal organs churned. Just as he was about to curse, he saw a white figure in front. This person held a long saber, and saber intent covered his entire body, stirring up the winds and clouds in the surroundings. Buzz! 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 The hum of sabers filled the surroundings, gathering together. Even the world trembled under his feet. Whoosh! The expressions of the old man and Xing Qingyun changed. At the critical moment, they both hid behind Xiao Chen without prior consultation. "Xiao Chen! Xiao Chen! He really came." Xing Qingyun was greatly startled. Along the way, the demon-slaying alliance had gained some fame. Now, many people knew about this alliance that existed specifically to kill Xiao Chen. Even the king-killing alliance, which was originally very powerful, was destroyed in the hands of the demon-slaying alliance. However, when Xing Qingyun truly saw Xiao Chen, he did not hesitate to cower. Xiao Chen looked up and sized up the white figure before him with interest. Without a doubt, this was the person Xiao Chen saw at the entrance. Xiao Chen had a photographic memory and would not confuse people he had seen before. The white-robed person before Xiao Chen looked very handsome. Furthermore, he exuded a sharp saber intent. Aside from the inextinguishable evil aura on his face, the white-robed person did look somewhat similar to Xiao Chen. However, this only worked on people who had not truly seen him before. If he met someone familiar, he would be able to tell with one glance. The white-robed person glanced at the old man hiding behind Xiaoqin. Then he sized up Xiaoqin. His lips curled up slightly. Interesting. You even dare to protect the person that I, Xiaoqin, want to kill. Have you not heard of me, the white-robed Xiaoqin? This person really used his name to kill people and snatch their treasures. Xiaoqin really wanted to say, if you are Xiaoqin, then who am I? However, this was naturally not the time to expose his identity. Xiaoqin opened his folding fan and smiled coldly. Xiaoqin, you came at just the right time. My Northern Sea Alliance's bloody young master, Yi Qin, has long heard of your great name. The demon-slaying alliance exists for you. Today, I can use your head to spread the name of my bloody young master. When Xiaoqin said this, his tone was very natural. His expression was cold, showing no openings, and his aura was very strong. In the past, people always said similar things to him. Today, when Xiaoqin said it himself, he found it rather interesting. Yi Qin. When the white-robed person heard the name Yi Qin, his expression clearly froze. He gave Xiaoqin a strange look before smiling in understanding. So, the demon-slaying alliance that caused such a commotion recently is the two of you. The two clashed with each other, neither giving way. Their strong auras clashed intensely in the air. The purple talisman in Xiaoqian's Sea of Consciousness released 4 strands of golden light. Xiaoqian's will of thunder and vague saber soul turned into a formless aura, pressing towards the other party. A scarlet light flashed in the white-robed person's eyes. Immediately, a sea of blood surged, and a strong will of massacre spread throughout his entire body. He casually swung his saber and blocked Xiaoqian's aura. The sound of weapons clashing rang out in the air. Dang dang! The sound was ear-splitting, spreading in all directions for 5 kilometers around. The winds and clouds changed color, and thunder rumbled. The clash between the will of massacre and the immortal will of thunder was even more startling. When the scarlet light and purple light clashed, space twisted and gave off loud sounds. Cracks even appeared on the ground. Before the two started fighting, the auras of the two already pressured Xing Qingyun and the old man, prompting them to quickly move to the side. Doubt appeared in the hearts of the two at the same time. As they looked at each other, a strange smile appeared on their faces. Bloody young master Yi Qin, you truly live up to your reputation. However, it seems like Yi Qin's forte is the massacre Dao. Are you still holding back? The white-robed person raised his eyebrows. The saber in his hand moved as he wished, looking like it could break the sky at any moment. Xiaoqin smiled faintly and closed his folding fan. White-robed King Xiaoqian's will of thunder and the flawless saber Dao. You seem to be hiding your strength as well. I will cooperate with you. Ha ha ha. Heaven is indeed helping me. Unexpectedly, while chasing Xiaoqin, I even found the 2 bastards of the demon-slaying alliance. Just as the two were about to start a huge battle, a disharmonious voice suddenly rang out in the sky. Xiaoqin saw Gao Baiyu and Yun Tianhe standing side by side in the air above a palace. An old man stood behind each of them. Xiaoqin sensed for a while and frowned slightly. These 2 old men were actually great Grandmaster-level martial sages on the same level as the demonic, brilliant 2 elders. Gao Baiyu looked at the white-robed person expressionlessly and said in a cold voice, Xiaoqin, you killed an inner sect elder of my heavenly music sect, and you still dare to show off? You are really tired of living. Yun Tianhe stood in the palace and shouted coldly, Xing Qingyun, you killed an inner sect elder of my Frost Moon Palace. Today will be the day you die. When Xing Qingyun, who was hiding far away, heard this, he nearly fell to his knees. He had already kept a very low profile. Why did Yun Tianhe still not forget about him?